Remember, all I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
Oh, yeah.
What happened to your sheriff?
There's powerful niggardry at work here.
These angry, mad, opportunistic, lying black women.
Because there are a lot of people in this country who do not like black women, but black women are the base of the Democratic Party.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
Get it again. Okay, I'm gonna say it again. I come in the name of Jesus. Repeat it after me, bitch. I come in the name of Jesus by the power of the Holy Spirit.
My bad, y'all. My bad. I was just about to play an intro video to get this thing kicked off, and I pressed that stupid little X and just totally closed the window. So give me 1 second, and then we're gonna get this show kicked off proper like. All right, we're in.
This is our town. We've got steel in our spines, iron in our veins, and hope in our hearts. We've got the flavor, the guts, the grit, and those big shoulders you've heard so much about. We're a bold city, a proud city, a who you callin' second city, where 77 neighborhoods are one. A city of giants, a city with heart, a city with heroes, a sweet, sweet place to call home. We were born ready, baptized by fire, tired, tenacious, tested, trusted. And like someone else we know, when we fight, we win. We're ready to rise to the challenge, to rise to new heights. Rise, 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 up and away we go. Hey, make some noise so we can hear you, America. Welcome to Chicago.
So Alex Jones made that cute little DNC welcome video, and this DNC convention. I mean, I may not be the most politically knowledgeable person on all matters, but this seems to me like the blackest DNC convention ever. It's even blacker than Obama's term. And so I took note of that. I took note of not only the blackness of the DNC convention, but the protesting of the blackest DNC convention ever. I found these two things in an odd juxtaposition to one another. These two things should not be existing at the same time. And so I kind of wanted to talk about that a little bit. It's really weird having the DNC at its blackest being its most controversial, most contested, the heaviest protested. And then we're going to take a look at some of this protesting too, because if you look at how Chicago is responding to the protesters now, as opposed to under the Floyd era, it's so obvious that those protests were allowed and encouraged to happen. And so now you can look at those protests as a part of Democrat political strategy. Because when George Floyd was a thing, I remember during the lockdowns in New York City, they were saying you can't go to work, don't go to school, just stay home. Just stay home and try not to die, right? But you can go out and protest for justice, though. It was really weird. And I don't understand who decides what protest is acceptable or not. But I just noticed, I noticed there is a difference in what's acceptable and what's not acceptable. And I thought that's odd. I think it's very odd because all of a sudden, when they're protesting Kamala in the blackest DNC convention ever, now you niggas not allowed to riot. You niggas not allowed to fuck shit up no more. If I was you niggas, I would feel some type way about that. But, you know, I'm not you niggas, so whatever. And this is a little bit of a non sequitur. And maybe it's in poor taste of me to make fun of this guy. But what do I know about taste? I'm just nigging. I don't know shit about poor taste. This is what it's like when you vote for Kamala. This guy was a neurosurgeon. He was a mountain climber and a snowboarder. I think he competed in last year's X Games, and then he voted for Kamala, and now look at him. This is a random sampling of your average male Democrat voter. I shit you not. And I know, it's hard to believe, but they're mostly like this.
In 2008, we met while working on the Obama-Biden campaign.
I'm really supposed to believe this Stephen Hawking talking motherfucker said all that shit? And he just walked up to you like, and you was like, Daddy. Like, how did this work? How did this happen? What the fuck's going on here? Did he say make America great again? Will you shut the fuck? It's hard enough making jokes out of this shit, goddammit. We don't need your help. Like, really? What the fuck is happening? What am I supposed to think of you people who would do this? Because otherwise, you know, normally I see people with afflictions, horrible things happen to them in life. I think, you know, hey, they're but for the grace of God go I. You know, lucky that didn't happen to me. Thank God that these things didn't afflict me, right? But here you go, dragging one of these guys on stage like, yeah, I be fucking him. Stop. Why are you lying to me like this? Why are you doing this to me? Stop it. Stop it. Stop trying to prove to me you're a nice girl because you be having sex with the retards.
In 2008, we met while working on the Obama-Biden campaign.
Look, I'm such a nice girl. My husband went full tard and I still haven't left him yet. I'm so nice. I'm your average Kamala voter. I'm such a nice girl. This whole thing just irked the hell out of me. You forced me to make fun of the retarded guy. That's not cool. That's not cool. I don't normally go out of my way to make fun of the handicapped people. You did this. You did this to me. Trying to virtual signal with your fake nice self. I know you be abusing the shit out that motherfucker, because who we gonna tell? Who he gonna tell? Just be sitting next to the police looking at you with the angry eyes. Well, ma'am, he's telling us on the night of July 14th that you actually threw him in a bathtub full of cold water and threatened to drop the toaster in the tub with him. Is this true? Who is he gonna tell? I know she'd be abusing this guy. This motherfucker is miserable. I know he's miserable. Blink 3 times, bro. Just blink 3 times. Somebody will come for you. All right, I had to get that off my chest. Because what the fuck, Democrats? What the fuck? Come on. Like, what, you really did that? This whole DNC was levels of shit show that just don't make sense. Like, I didn't even realize shit shows could be so shitty. It wasn't all shitty, you know. They got a couple of black kids to sing the national anthem. Now, this is how you know they really, really, really need the black vote, like, more than ever. With the way things are going, you would expect it to, like, a lesbian, transgender amputee to sing the national anthem. And she would have had a good voice, too. He, she, whatever. They would have had a good voice. But they were like, no, we can't be fucking around with the lesbian, transgender, amputee, transsexuals this year. No. Let the black kids sing it this time. No fucking around this year.
Was so lonely we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous skies, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming on the Rockies' red.
David Drencher is a sick Negro. All right, I had that clip. I was going to add it to the show. I didn't have time today, but I'm going to add that to the show just for you, David. You are a sick Negro. Just had to nig it up a little bit, didn't you? Couldn't help yourself. Just had to nig it just a little. Not a capital N, lowercase n. Had to nig it up just a little bit. I hate the fact that you guys nigged up long-standing American tradition, and they immediately cut to 2 cuck white guys just clapping and still clapping in approval. Just, this is great black kids. You fucking seal cucks. Jesus Christ. I didn't even know seals could be cucks. God damn it. These guys are just my white adjacency is flaring up. Excuse me. Having a moment.
And I want to understand white rage, and I'm white.
And they ruined it. Yes, Rich, they fucking ruined it. I mean, and these fucking cucks, just watching them nig it up. Just Jesus Christ. Anyway, like I said, it was the blackest Democrat convention ever. And I pulled out some of the black highlights. Let's take a look at some of these black highlights here. And actually, this is a little bit before the convention, but he was a speaker. We're going to get to him in a moment too.
This is a big event for
Hit that
Chicago.
like button for me, y'all.
I want to start by asking, what is the plan to deal with what appear to be pretty large protests?
Yeah, well, thank you, Joy, for having me tonight. Look, the city of Chicago is prepared for this convention. What better place than the city of Chicago to launch the first Black woman of Asian descent to the White House, along with a social studies teacher and Governor Walz, much just like myself. The city of Chicago, of course, has been at the center of attention for a very long time. We are the global city of the world, and this is the city that raised the consciousness of America through the writings and expertise of Ida B. Wells. This is the city that said that we have to keep hope alive, and that paved the pathway for Yes We Can, electing President Barack Obama. And so protest, of course, has played an interesting.
Yes. We should all remember to blame Obama for this moment. None of this was possible without Obama.
Part in our democracy, and protecting the First Amendment right is fundamental to protecting our democracy. So we're going to have a very safe, vibrant.
Wait a minute. Did he just say that? Let me run that back a minute.
Deal with what appear to be pretty large protests.
Is that where black women come from,
Joy,
SKC?
For having me tonight.
I need one of you smart niggas. I need one of you very intelligent brothers. Matter of fact, I need a brain trustee. Pull up one of your brain trustee maps and tell me where black women come from. A black woman of Asian descent. That sounds very, very skeptical to me. Having a hard time with that one.
Look, the city of Chicago is prepared for this convention. What better place than the city of Chicago to launch the first Black woman of Asian descent to the White House, along with a social studies teacher and Governor Walz, much just.
Yeah, all right, yeah. Now it's an official question. Where the fuck do these bitches come from? Let me try to control my language, because I gotta be better. I'm struggling with self-development right now. I'm trying to be better for YouTube purposes, so I gotta contain my language. But where the fuck do these bitches come from? A black woman of South Asian descent? What is that? What is that? I don't know what to do with that. My girl Naomi Osaka ain't black. She's half Japanese. And this is what I don't understand about blackness, right? It's like, because it's not based on a pure ethnicity, like an actual people with a distinct ethnic identity, it becomes a series of ideas as opposed to like a historical reality. And the idea is anybody who fucks a black person can make a black person. And I don't know if that actually holds up. It just doesn't fit for me. Like, anybody who fucks a black person can just automatically. So if a Chinaman fucks a black girl, the offspring is automatically black. Like, you niggas are terrible. I don't know if I accept your logic. But keep nigging though. Keep nigging. I enjoy you in the chat.
Like myself. The city of Chicago, of course, has been at the center of attention for a very long time. We are the global city of the world, and this is the city that raised the consciousness of America through the writings and expertise of Ida B. Wells. This is the city that said that we have to keep hope alive, and that paved the pathway for Yes We Can, electing President Barack Obama. And so protest, of course, has played an intricate part in our democracy, and protecting the First Amendment right is fundamental to protecting our democracy. So we're going to have a very safe, vibrant.
They did not protect the First Amendment rights like they did during the Floyd protest. Mayor Johnson sent the goons in early. Mayor Johnson was not letting this shit get out of here. He said, not on my watch. Not while I got this bad bitch in my house. No, you ain't. You niggas, it wasn't even the black people. That's the other thing too. It's not even black Chicago protesting right now. Most of black Chicago is sort of caught in a bind, because they normally do want to support the DNC and all that shit. But every time somebody from Black Chicago opens up their door, they got to step over 3 Mexicans and a Venezuelan. They're feeling some type of way about that.
Vibrant, electrifying convention that will ultimately make history by securing the most powerful position in the land and one of the most powerful positions in the entire world. That position being held by a Black woman. The person made.
Damn, Shaka says Black Chicago is Latin. Oh, fuck you, bro. Fucking hell. Said Black Chicago is Latin. Jesus Christ. Ain't it some truth to that probably at this point? You niggas will eventually get swallowed.
And of course, in God's image.
Have you ever been swallowed up? You eventually will get swallowed up. Just like the TD Jakes clip, you will eventually get swallowed up. It's happening. It's unavoidable.
Good evening. I'm Derek Johnson, President and CEO of the NAACP, and I'm here to do my Black job. Since the founding of our nation, we have been on an unending march to protect this imperfect union. Tonight, we celebrate the power.
Isn't it weird how suddenly Black people know what a Black job is? You don't know what an illegal immigrant is, but you know what a Black job is. It's really weird, but okay. This the NAACP, by the way. The NAACP once famously put out a statement that we are not an organ. I'm paraphrasing, but they're not specifically for Black people. Just remember that. The NAACP flat out said, no, we fuck with the Mexicans too.
Good evening. I'm Derek Johnson, President and CEO of the NAACP, and I'm here to do my Black job. Since the founding of our nation, we have been on an unending march to protect this imperfect union. Tonight, we celebrate the power of the collective, of what is possible when we are all in for all people. Good evening. I'm Derek Johnson.
See, the Democrats have a huge problem with that idea too. Like, we are all in with all people. What the Democrat coalition is made up of is effectively warring factions who have agreed to quiet down their war against one another so they can wage a war against a greater opponent, which would be white America. The problem is a lot of these factions have real conflict that won't disappear because you ask people to make nice. Like, you can't kumbaya your way out of the Israel-Palestine situation, right? And so the Democrats, wanting to be the party of everybody's valid and everybody can get along, you have people in your party who you are asking to join hands and hug it out, and they only want to kill each other. And so now we have this kind of this energy being brought to the protest. That's what a lot of the protests at the DNC really boiled down to. It's people on the left upset over the Gaza issue in one way or another. And Black America, Black women caught in the middle. It's fucking dope. I kind of love it. I love watching it play out.
I am April Barrett, and I am the president of SEIU, representing 2 million service and care workers. We're all in for Kamala Harris because Kamala Harris has always been all in for us. Vice President Harris joined fast food workers on the picket line and she walks a day in the shoes of a home care worker. She shares our vision for a modern day labor movement, a movement that meets the needs of workers in the 21st century. I am April Barrett.
Lots of mammy energy, all right? Big mammy energy on stage at the DNC this time around, y'all. Big mammy energy.
He ran away to Yale in Silicon Valley, cozying up with billionaires while trashing our communities. JD has been our senator for 18 months. And what has he done for hardworking Americans? Nothing. He ran away to Yale in Silicon Valley.
Black women really hate when you make some money and get away from them. Like, he was really supposed to stay in Ohio and suffer. Like, no, let him get away. Let him go chase a dream. But it is typical. It's very typical for especially women to like criticize male success, right? Because it all fits, right?
This isn't even about politics anymore. This is about making a statement about who and what America is. And Joe Biden, to his eternal credit, did that in 2020 when he said, enough already with the foolishness and the fear and the terror and the taking babies out of the arms of their moms and the threatening and banning Muslim grandmas from coming to the
Everything they accuse Trump or the right of doing or wanting to do are things that they have done and justified for completely liberal reasons, right? Like taking babies out of people's arms, right? Men don't have fathers' rights. And so if your wife decides to transition your son, the government will take the baby out of your arms, right? Don't even get me started on these forced medical procedures that they tried to get everybody on board with recently. Like, the mandates were wild. The idea that you could mandate anything like that, like you believe that's crazy. But that's who they believe. That's who they are.
this country, enough. And America said, you know what? Yeah, enough. And then he did this handoff to someone very similar to him. They're both from working class backgrounds. Joe Biden is the working class Joe that America needed in 2020. And then what he said is that I want to expand.
Joe Biden I don't know if Joe has ever been working class, maybe when he was really young. Joe Biden hasn't been working class since he graduated from college. He hit the ground running.
That coalition to include a woman of color and to include this coach that's basically like America's high school football coach. And it's so refreshing. And I think you feel that in this room behind me. They're refreshed and they're excited. This isn't even about politics anymore.
Notice it's only day one of the DNC, but very, very little policy agenda has been offered, and you shouldn't expect policy because this is a vibes campaign, which is killing a lot of the black support, by the way. Like, a lot of the black people aren't really happy with just vibes. Like, niggas is looking in a pocketbook like, ain't no vibes in my pocketbook. I need you to do something about the pocketbook vibe.
Donald Trump and his allies are already starting to lay the groundwork to contest the election results in November. Are you confident that a Republican-led House will certify the 2024 election in January?
I'm confident that we're going to do everything that we need to do over the next few months to make sure that House Democrats take back the majority so that the American people do not have to encounter that question. It is a reality that far too many of my extreme MAGA Republican colleagues in the House have engaged in election denial, conspiracy theories, and have tried to undermine the very fabric of our democracy and the peaceful transfer of power. By the way, Jake, that's what Trump's Project 2025 is all about. The extreme MAGA Republicans want total control over the lives of the American people.
Only one party is trying to ban words. Only one party believes in hate speech. And what makes it so like sinister is they first come up with a reasoning scheme for why you should allow them to ban your speech, right? Like, don't you want us to all get along? Don't you want everyone being nice to each other? Well, then you can't say the F-bomb. You can't drop N-bombs anymore, right? And it's like they come up with this smothering idea of safety, right? It's safety through smothering, and call it freedom. It's really bizarre, but if you never take the time to stop and smell the roses, you won't actually start to question it all.
Total control over our government and total control over our democracy, and we've got to stop it from happening.
When you say DeSantis banned speech in Florida, be more specific. I suspect, I think I know where you're going, but be more specific. Did he really ban speech in Florida? Or is there something else at play here? Because we have to be careful about adopting the left-wing vision of things. They may be right about things from time to time, but still, we have to be careful about adopting the framework from the left.
Folks, all of these moments led us to this transformational moment when a Black convention chair and a Black DNC chair lead us in nominating a Black and AAPI woman.
All right. You know what? You got me on that one. You got me on that one. That's the one common thread between left and right. This is why political commentary only goes so far, no matter who's talking, because, you know, there's that.
To be the next president. All of these moments led us to this transformational moment when a Black convention chair and a Black DNC chair lead us in nominating a Black and AAPI woman to be the next president of the United States.
Minus the obvious empty chairs in the background, like entire sections. If this was a concert event, you guys would have lost money. I'm just doing a rough glance at all the emptiness back there. Just a cavernous, empty space, right? Anyway, there's a lot of Black talk for a white crowd. This is the whitest people. Is this like all the white people of Chicago? Like every single Caucasian of Chicago? You got all this blackety black talk, and look at the crowd, bro. This is the whitest group of people I've ever seen in my life.
Moments led us to this transformational moment when a Black convention chair and a Black DNC chair lead us in nominating a Black and AAPI woman to be the next president of the United States.
I have to now ask the question too. The more you celebrate her Blackness or the AAPI fucking Asian island shit, like all these it seems like one, the ethnicities have to get more exotic to, you know, compete, because being Black at this point is like old, right? Like Jackie Robinson was Black. Don't nobody care about Black baseball no more. That's why we got all these foreign Blacks in Hollywood now, right? Because they're not just Black. They're they're exotic. You know, he's from Mozambique. His father got killed in a machete attack, right? They have a whole other blackness to them. And so now we have to have exotic ethnicities too. You're not just black, you're AAIP. It's Moana's dad. The fuck does it even matter? All that shit's getting on my nerves. And then honestly, no bullshit. Like all the tongue-in-cheek shit aside, the more people try to promote the exotic ethnicities, like look at this cool brown I found, the more I just like, can we just get a regular old white guy? Like the more you try to show off all the exotic blacks and browns to me, it does kind of build up a little bit of resentment. Like, and I'm fucking brown. I'm black, you know, by U.S. Census standards, right? I'm a black guy, but I'm like, you know what? I'm kind of getting sick of the niggas, bro. It's starting to get weird. It's starting to become something like a fetish. Like, look at this look at this beautiful brown person. I might want to screw them later. And like, the left has a really, really weird, borderline sexual. I don't even want to say borderline. It is a very sexual thing. That's why all the rich white gays have black African boyfriends, and all the rich white women adopt black African children, and they make their black sons into girls, right? There's something very sexual about the left's flirtation with non-white exotic ethnicities and shit. And again, you don't notice it at first, but once you start to notice it, it's really weird. Very odd. Hard not to notice the sexuality, the sexual innuendo underlying all of it too.
Folks, all of these moments led us to this transformational moment.
And then too, just this group of like mostly like this, she's like the one black person in this whole shot, by the way, but this group of mostly white people, and they're clapping. It's like, aw, we finally got these blacks on board. They're all shiny and clean now. Aw. It's almost like a moment of celebration. The perfect, just the exact mixture of bald head and cuckness.
Welcome to the greatest city in the world, Chicago, where Ida B. Wells and Jane Addams organized to deliver real transformative change across this country. Chicago, where Reverend Jesse Jackson united people from all different backgrounds to keep hope alive. And to a community organizer on the south side of Chicago, Barack Obama rose to the White House, reminding us that yes, we can. And now Chicago, this city of hard work and caring people, is where Democrats will celebrate President Joe Biden and nominate Kamala Harris for President of the United States of America. As the son of a family that worked to make ends meet, I know that Kamala Harris, the daughter of a mom who worked hard every single day.
But not a black mom, though. My mama's black. How come her mama's not black? Yeah, we going there. We're going there. You made me go there. My mama black. How come your mama ain't black?
She is going to look out for the interest of everyday people. I know that as a fellow former.
My daddy black too, just saying. Just saying. Not even a questionable black. Like inescapable black.
Former social studies teacher that Governor Tim Walz will never shrink from standing up for our democracy and for those most in need. And as a black man, raising a little black girl on the west side of Chicago, I know that my daughter Brayden will see not only a reflection of herself.
Does your daughter have a trans white name? What the fuck is a Braden?
Seeing a little black girl on the west side of Chicago, I know that my daughter Brayden,
Bruh, what kind of man? What kind of black man? What sort of nigga? What in the hell type of knuckle names his daughter Brayden? He gotta have a white husband. He gotta have a white husband, bro. How you name your daughter Brayden? Bruh. Brayden? Brayden. And obviously, his name is Brandon. And so, you know, Brandon, Brayden. I see where you were going with that one, right? But Brayden, nigga, you should have named her Brandy, stupid. Jesus. Oh.
I'm telling you, man, this the reason why I be hating niggas, man. I'm telling you, man. It just be us. I be hating niggas, man.
You gave your daughter the gayest white boy name you could ever get. Jesus Christ. You named your daughter a gay white boy. What in the hell kind of knuckle?
Will see not only a reflection of herself in the White House, but she will experience the deepest part of American values. Think about it. What will it take to build the middle class and make it easier for families not only to get by, but to get ahead? It will take someone with toughness to stand up for us. And let me tell you, America, Kamala's got it. What will it take to defend our fundamental rights and our freedoms?
This is a bad look. It's going to take us generations to recover from this, by the way. Like my grandkid's grandson might start to climb up out of this hole. Black men now, we are forced to defend the leadership women. We are forced to defend the leadership capabilities of women who have been celebrating their leadership of the community that nobody wants to live in. Think about this for a minute. The first thing black people do when they make money is move away from other black people, or at the very least, try to find a better class of black people to live around if you can manage it. But you want now black men, we have to defend. We have to get up there and say black women are great leaders, while everybody's looking at us like, well, then why is everything so fucked up around y'all? If they are such great leaders, why is Black America having such a hard time? Like, obviously, black women haven't been able to lead Black America to success in the face of white supremacy, right? Can you ever get uncucked? Like, now that I think about it, I'm starting to think uncucking is something of an impossibility, isn't it? It's sort of like you can never get unfucked, right? Like that hymen doesn't grow back.
It will take someone with leadership who would fight for us. And let me tell you, America, leadership, Kamala, she's got it. And What will it take to defeat MAGA Republicans and move our country forward and not backwards? It will take everyone. And let me tell you all, Kamala, she's got us. From Mississippi to Pennsylvania to Delaware, Kamala Harris, she's got us.
She's got us. And then people wonder why the coons they have such ease just walking away from black culture. She's got us.
Michigan to Wisconsin to Nevada to California and right here in Illinois, Kamala Harris, she's got us. To the child care workers, to the tip workers, Kamala Harris, she's got us. And to make sure that this country ensures that families will have access to real affordable housing, to create a pathway to the American dream, Kamala Harris, she's got us. Together we can build a better, brighter future. And there's no better place to start that than right here in the greatest freaking city in the world, the city of Chicago. God bless you all. Thank you. Welcome.
And that's how you sell your soul, ladies and gentlemen. I remember there was an album from like Public Enemy years ago. How do you sell soul to a soulless people that have sold their soul? Something like that, Chuck D said. I don't know why. Looking at this dude just reminded me of that very old album title. It's wild shit. Anyway, let's take a look at some of the protests going on outside and some of the men on the ground kind of interviews we got going on. Because I'm noticing there's a weird kind of like triangular problem that the Democrats are facing. So you got the Israel-Palestine thing, which is already killing your base support on the left. And then within the Israel-Palestine thing, you have factional fighting. The blacks and the Arabs are beefing, which I totally support. I totally get. I don't know why you niggas think the Arabs are your friends like that. Because you niggas don't read. You niggas only read books written by gay Marxists and shit. But anyway, I digress. And then on top of that, you have a general black antipathy toward the Democrat Party overall because of this immigration thing, and the economy's bad, and every day it looks like we're about to have World War III. And so the Democrat base is fucked right now. It's pretty fucked right now.
Attention, this is your second warning. Attention, this is the Chicago Police Department. You are being audibly and visibly recorded. You are engaged in unlawful conduct. You are hereby ordered to immediately disperse. You must immediately disperse and leave the immediate vicinity now by taking the following designated and available routes.
Okay.
If you remain in this immediate vicinity, you will be in violation of the law and subject to arrest. If you fail to comply, you will be arrested and or be subject to other police enforcement action. Other police enforcement action may include actual physical removal, the use of deterrent noise, riot control agents.
And now I want you to understand the optics and the messaging that's going to come after this, right? So now, because Kamala's black and Kamala is, the top of the ticket now, she's running for president, she's the black candidate. So she becomes the black face, technically, of crushing the Palestine protests. Not to mention, in a city like Chicago, a lot of the cops are black. And so Kamala becomes the face of crushing the protest, from a big leadership position. And then on the ground, you have black cops telling the protesters, you can't do whatever you're trying to do, right? And so it sets black people up as the colonizers, like that one girl said in the video I played for you on a different stream. And we were talking about how the blacks and the Palestinians are starting to have beef. And I dropped that whole short about blacks now being called colonizers. And ever since then, I've been noticing that that beef is only growing. The beef between the black protesters and the Palestinians, it's only growing. And I'm not really opposed to that shit. You can't really scare me with that shit, because let me show you something. This is the short I dropped about this whole thing. Why is there no sound on this? Why does this thing have no sound? What the hell? Now you got to make me go pull up the actual video. Anyway.
And for less lethal munitions and other force necessary to effect your arrest. Thank you for your cooperation.
Our countries and kill us.
Hey, yeah! Ha!
You vote the same. Black people also wear a uniform and get on a plane and come to our countries and kill us.
Hey, yeah! Ha!
You vote the same fucking melanated fucking people into government that sign papers to kill us.
Pump your brakes, kid.
I don't want to hear it anymore. I don't want to hear it. You are our colonizers. I do not want to fucking hear it. I don't want to hear it. I'm done.
Damn, it feels good to be a gangster.
Black people also wear a uniform and get on a plane and come to our countries and kill us.
Hey, yeah! Ha!
You vote the same fucking melanated fucking people into government that sign papers to kill us.
Pump your brakes, kid.
I don't want to hear it anymore. I don't want to hear it. You are our colonizers. I do not want to fucking hear it. I don't want to hear it. I'm done.
Damn, it feels good to be a gangster.
Black people also.
So that's how I feel about this whole thing, It's nice to be on the winning team for once, Because black folks haven't necessarily been on the winning team, for a while. Let's just keep it a buck. Black folks, we be taking a lot of L's over the course of history and all that. No shade, no hate. It is what it is. And all I'm saying is it's nice to be on the winning team for once. You know what I'm saying? So her frustration is cute. Hey, listen, that's that colonizer energy. I like that. I like this for us. I like this for us, bro. Yeah, yes, Dylan. Her cries get me hyped. I like this for us. I need to feel that colonizer energy. Like, why can't black men feel some of that colonizer power?
Girls are here to be sexy for me. Throw it back on a nigga. And that's why you're gonna drop that ass for a nigga, because you were put here to drop that ass for a nigga.
Facts, Carlton. Women tend to be attracted to their colonizers, right? Imagine me backing away from some shit like that. Big colonizer energy right now. Shout out to the black police in Chicago. Big colonizer energy right now.
As a Palestinian,
shut that bitch up, bro. Get that bitch up out of here.
I'm begging you guys to leave. I do not want anyone to get arrested. I don't know.
That's right. Follow your mom.
It's okay.
Follow your ass in black Chicago jail.
Material, it doesn't matter. Material is just an object that's not real. What's real? So we're gonna take the.
Is that a Gaystinian? I know that is not, that is a Gayistinian. Hold up. I've only heard rumors of this species. I've never actually seen one in public. I think that is a Gayistinian.
It's okay. We take the 10 down, Habibi. It's okay. We take them down. Material doesn't matter. Material is just an object that's not real. What's real?
Holy shit. No, I think it's real. I think it's real. That is a Gayistinian. I've heard they exist. I've heard they exist, but like they don't exist for long. You know what I mean? They just don't last. You know what I'm saying, motherfuckers ain't gonna make it. But goddamn, it's true. They have Gayistinians. There's Palestinians and Gayistinians.
Out in our own hand. We're not gonna engage. So please, let's take those 10 down. But we can sit on the grass, right? We are people of the land. Okay, let's take the tank down, guys. Please listen to me. Let's take the tank down. This is not our fight. All of your parents and your family, they're waiting for you. And each person get arrested. You gotta pay a bill. And a lot of you not from Chicago. I'm not from Chicago.
Look at us. Yeah. I'm the colonizer now, bitch. Yeah. Black folks out here flexing on the non-blacks. That shit is crazy. That is crazy. It's a new day. It's crazy because they're doing it all for Kamala, which is wild. I can't support that element of it, but I do like the visual. I do think it's an interesting turn of events. And from a person on the right watching Civil War on the left, how could I not enjoy this shit? Like, what the fuck?
Hey, you saw we're taking stuff down, man. One of the guys that was passed out the weapon.
Man. Living in America. Yes. Black colonizers matter. Got that big colonizer energy. Yes. Big colonizer energy.
Yo, ready to park? Start fucking park. Get the fuck out of here, bitch. Y'all talking about weapons? Y'all got fucking arms like a motherfucker. Y'all fuck with Israel and shit. Y'all killing kids and shit. Fuck y'all.
Hold up. What are we doing? What you said we doing?
Yo, ready fucking arms like a motherfucker. Y'all fuck with Israel and shit. Y'all killing kids and shit. Fuck y'all.
Hey, man. Listen, man. Y'all know how I feel about our relationships with that little country over there. But all I'm saying is I don't apologize for being on a winning team. That's all I'm saying. I just don't apologize for being on a winning team. We might have some ties that I don't really feel comfortable with right now. And that's a different issue. But yeah, listen, we winning, nigga. We winning. Fuck you. I don't even know you. Why are you here? Matter of fact, let me see a green card. That's what black folk need to start doing. We just listen, we gotta start being on some like old school SS type shit. Don't even start arguing with all these other ethnicities. Let me see. You got a passport? You got a green card? Why are you even talking to me? Why are you even talking to me? Your paper's not even in order. Don't make me call somebody on you niggas, all right? Don't make me start snitching. I will INS the shit out of you, nigga. And I'm going to give him your IP location. All of that. Internet snitching, internet banging, real-time snitching, all of that. See, black folk, these niggas over on Q Butter channel, they was talking about black folk need to practice racism. You don't even know how far you have to go. You niggas only want to be racist to the white man. Nah, bro. You got to be strategic. You need some strategery with your racism. Gonna be racist to the white man so you can get mobbed up by all these brown foreigners. Nah, bro. We got to have some racial strategery. Get these niggas up out of here. We can't properly deal with the white man with all these other niggas up in here bringing their other problems to the fucking game. Trying to get our reparations check. You trying to send money over there to Israel. I mean, to Gaza. Like, no, we don't have the same problems. I don't even know you. Let me see your paperwork. The fuck out of here.
Enough is enough. We fighting for freedom.
But enough, I know what you fight for. Okay, I know what's happening in Gaza. I was out here too.
All right, then.
But it comes a time, God damn it, when it's time to go home. People want to go home.
Encampment. That Palestinians are asking us to encamp and escalate. That's what we're doing out here. It's a public park. We escalate. We encamp it for the people, for Gaza. If you ain't got to deal with it, that's cool.
I understand what you're saying.
All right, then we cool.
But enough is enough.
All right, well then you don't have to do it.
Enough is enough.
We out here, we going hard for the Palestinians, man.
Enough is enough. You know, Carmelina's supposed to be black. So I'm definitely trying to
listen, wait till one of these Palestinian protesters do something crazy to an old black lady. It's only gonna take one viral moment. Then we see how much love y'all niggas really got on y'all team. Somebody hit that lady with one of those frozen ice bottles or something like that.
support her too. Y'all gonna fuck up the whole convention for Chicago, make it a bad. They already say this a bad town. This ain't no bad town. It's just bad people in the town.
That's what makes the town bad, sweetie. Like, do you think it's the bricks? Do you think it's the pavement? Do you think it's the traffic lights that make the town? No, it's the people, sweetie. It's a bad town because there's a lot of bad people in it. You poor sweet thing. Oh, you're so sweet. Aw.
Y'all gonna fuck up the whole convention for Chicago, make it a bad. They already say this a bad town. This ain't no bad town. It's just bad people in the town.
Bad cops in the town.
I ain't worried about the police. That's who I got to call if something happens to me.
Worried about John
if something happens to me, I don't have nobody else to call. I don't know your phone number. I know 911. So you get up off the police. Y'all need to get y'all lives together. Like that preacher say, y'all hate people. You gotta forgive people. You gotta forgive people. It's bad in every race. But right is right and wrong is wrong.
Wrong is wrong.
All these scared ass people out here.
Apartheid and genocide is wrong.
Listen, it's wrong what's happening. I was out here for that. But I didn't like what I saw. I didn't like the people jumping them damn gates and shit.
You don't have to jump.
Okay.
The street is not
No, I didn't jump.
You don't have to.
I ain't that damn stupid.
The street is not associated.
My thing is, I'm voicing my opinion. When enough is enough, enough is enough. That's all I got to say. And I'm a West Side. I'm a West Side gangster with goddamn heels on. I go with these.
You should bring some West Side gangsters with you. I think you honestly fail to understand some really basic realities, right? If you'd have had some West Side gangsters with you, I bet you this whole conversation would have went very differently. This whole conversation would have had a completely different energy to it. But for some reason, you don't have West Side gangsters with you. Actual West Side, actual gangsters, right? You don't have them with you. And I think that's a failing on your part. Not as an individual woman per se, but for Black women right now who are like, activist minded, you are kind of caught out in the open now because your niggas ain't really going with you on this fight.
Shoes, I go barefooted. I'm not trying to go against you. I'm trying to say enough is enough.
I appreciate this.
I'm gonna say what the fuck I've been here all my.
Damn, y'all, you really did her dirty with that shot right there.
I go back.
All right, y'all really did her dirty with that shot right there. No bullshit. You really did her dirty with that shot. You didn't have to drop down to her fuzzy, dusty slippers, bro. You did not have to drop down to her fuzzy, dusty slippers. Like, you really did her dirty on that one. That was not cool. That was not cool, bro. Oh, man. Why you do that to her? Why you do that? God damn. Look like she cleaned the floor in the motherfuckers. Probably killed 1,000 roaches with them bitches.
I'm not trying to go against you. I'm trying to say enough is enough.
I appreciate this. I agree.
I'm gonna say
Enough
what
is
the
enough.
fuck. I've been here all my life. I was raised in the Henry Horner Project. I don't know where the hell you came from, but I was raised right across the street. Union Park is where we have our reunion every year. But my thing is, enough is enough. Look at y'all got the police ready to kill y'all, but y'all won't say
Always ready to kill y'all. They show up right.
they ready to kill your ass and mace your ass. They ready, but I don't understand why aggravate people. But why aggravate people?
Yeah, I noticed Black Chicago doesn't seem to be showing up for this thing right here. AD says a lot of black people are still patriotic. I think a lot of black people are going to rediscover patriotism very soon. It's going to happen quickly and suddenly too.
I would really love it if non-Black creators on here would stop reducing valid critiques of anti-Blackness as simply beef or drama. As I've said, anti-Blackness is a part of the American cultural fabric, and yes, the Arab cultural fabric as well. What is unfolding is an opportunity for us to have some teachable moments. Reducing this uptick in anti-Blackness in leftist spaces to simply beef or drama is indeed a dismissive silencing mechanism. More than that, non-Black people should be the ones having these teachable moments in conversation around anti-Blackness within their communities, yet it's Black people out here that I see the most, specifically Black women, and we are being subjected to a whole lot of misogynoir while doing it. This week, I've been super let down by people I did not expect, mutuals included. We expect this kind of behavior from the right, and Malcolm already warned us about liberals and moderates, but damn, it's kind of actually a little bit worse than I thought. At least on the right, we know who we are dealing with. In leftist spaces, we have to deal with thinly coded anti-Blackness until suddenly it bubbles to the surface and reveals itself for just as harmful, if not worse, than anti-Blackness spewed from the right. And as I said to someone in my comments, what we are witnessing should not be reduced to bots or plants or one-off things. No, anti-Blackness is a part of the cultural fabric, but it should not discredit the Palestinian movement as a whole.
You know what's odd about the left and their little racial coalition? The left can never forgive white men for slavery, but Arabs are a part of the left in America. I mean, kind of, you know, in the Western world, right? Arabs are part of the left in America, and the Arabs, one, don't apologize for slavery, and they still do slavery right goddamn now.
I want Kamala Harris to go to bed every single night petrified. I want her to be shaking in her boots every single night she goes to bed. I want her to be experiencing maximum anguish, maximum discomfort. I want her to be so fearful that she potentially might not be elected into office. But that won't happen because you spineless losers are worshiping the ground that she's walking on, kissing her feet, and telling her she can do no wrong. Telling her you can kill as many Palestinians as you want. We don't give a fuck. So she's resting easy. She's peaceful. That's why she's laughing so fucking much. She's not scared. Here's the thing. Your ratification of Kamala Harris, your memification of her, your obsession, your idolization, weird auntie thing with her and daddy thing with Tim, that shit is why she threw that tantrum yesterday. She felt empowered to do that because y'all gave her carte fucking blanche. And of course, you loved what she did. You said, oh my God, queen. Oh my God, that's so fucking girl boss of you. Oh my God, you show them, girl. You go, girl. That's so fucking brat. That's so fucking cool. Did y'all see the way she like tilts her head and raises her eyebrow? You support genocide. You support genocide. Genocide does not upset you. You do not have a fucking soul. And neither does Kamala Harris. One thing Kamala Harris does care about is her own self. It's her election. She has one goal, and it's to get into office. You told her in no uncertain terms that she doesn't have to work for it. So she took you at your word. She's not working for it. She's letting her frustration get the best of her, and she's speaking her goddamn mind. And you know what? That is kind of fucking girl boss, isn't it? That is kind of fucking brat. Slay, queen. Slay those kids in Gaza. Slay.
SKC says, if I was Monopoly and I was if this was Monopoly and I was the white man, I'd sell my properties and houses to the Arabs for $1 and watch the darks with laughter. Replace Arabs with illegals, and that's exactly what's happening. So the other day I played the video of the black lady who was in tears. She was choked up in tears because she sold her food truck, you know, her dream, her baby. She sold her food truck to this illegal guy who told her flat out the government was giving him money to buy her truck. So yeah, somebody is watching the darks with laughter. I mean, I'm laughing too. I can't help but notice the funny. It's all ironic, you know. But I ain't making no money off this shit. I ain't making a goddamn dime off this shit, and that's the problem. That is the problem. So I'm gonna need you guys to like throw $1 in the hat, support the show, y'all. Support the live stream. Shout out to my man, Mr. Radar. Hold on, I didn't even get to read this properly. Let me look at this. I think a couple of Cash Apps may have come in. I didn't notice them all. Yeah, shout out to my man Radar with the $10 Cash App. Says, thanks for all you do, bro. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for supporting the show. Thank you to everybody who is in the chat right now. I appreciate you all being here. We're trying to keep this channel alive and strong. Get remonetized, get back in the algorithm game. So I appreciate y'all for sticking around on this journey as we rebuild and restructure. But while you're here, do me a favor, like, share, and subscribe. And of course, be like Radar. Radar, smash the Cash App button. Smash that Cash App for me, y'all.
Hulk! Smash! Smash you! You make Hulk angry. You not like Hulk angry. Hulk no like fighting girls.
More black on brown drama. I'm fucking here for it too. Blacks first, browns. Let's fucking go, niggas. Let's go.
I wish those people the best. I hope that they get the ceasefire that they need. I want everybody to have their peace, but don't ask me ever again to advocate or boycott for anybody that is outside of my race. Don't ever do it again, because do you see how ignorant that they are towards us? Do you see how they treat us?
Yeah, I got my hands full over here wrestling with white supremacy and shit.
This makes Jim Crow look like Jim Eagle.
You know, we got our own problems over here. You know what I'm saying? Trying to chase the hats out of Congress and shit like that. We got all kinds of problems over here, and we just don't have time to really be crying tears in the desert sand like that. That's all I'm saying.
Kettle. To not only be the sole advocates for them, but they want us to sway an entire election that can also affect our well-being here in our own country. And they want to be able to place the blame on us.
False.
And if that's not crazy to you, you need some help. And let me tell you, it's always the septum-wearing black women that put us in this position. And let me tell you, as a dark-skinned, voicey, natural girly, I'm telling you, it is. You already know. When you see that septum and that twist out, you already know what time it is. Because why y'all always feel the need for us to be on the forefront lines for everybody else except for ourselves? And if it's really about genocide, I don't see no Haitian flags in anybody's bio.
Yes, you do.
You know what I mean? The people of Congo is going through a genocide too.
We all
There's
talk
people
about
that look
it.
just like you that need your exact same help, and you're not helping them. You're not advocating for them.
Tell me
we're
you've
always
not
put
been in
in
the
this position.
movement
Or
or
for the
watching
tables to
anything.
always turn, as always, and the anti-blackness to always come out. Don't ever ask me to boycott nothing. I went all winter without my favorite hot chocolate from Starbucks with no problem. Because for the cause, I was.
Do you hear the sacrifices she made for her brown allies, only to find out that they don't really love you like that? It must hurt. It must hurt. All the lattes you could have had, all the pleasure you denied yourself just to find out that your brown allies don't really ally just the way you ally. It's terrible.
Was with the cause. But when I turn around and I see how they talk about us, feel how you want to feel.
This is insane.
It's all hate and all shade over here. I don't care. Like, I'm tired of it.
No. Some people are getting real comfortable being just full-blown bigots on this app and spreading insane misinformation. I refuse to just let it happen. I'm sorry. Like, no. You're not going to come on here, spew this bullshit rhetoric, and then have nobody say anything to you. Like, that's insanity. Once again, another person who was not.
You sound like you want to fight. I'm just saying. You sound like you want to fight. If a bitch want to fight, I know bitches that could fight. Like, we could set the fade up. We could get this fade popping. Like, you doing all this internet talking. You sound like you trying to fight bitches. And I know bitches that fight. Like, what's up?
Not talking about any of these genocides, pops on here, now decides to speak so passionately about how they're not going to support it again. And the app pushes this to 26,000 people. And it is literally an infestation of Zionist, white supremacists, and bigots in her comments.
Yes. We are white supreme now, bitch. Niggas done achieved supreme whiteness. Yes, bitch. Eat it and die, bitch. Eat it and fucking die. Supreme whiteness. You mad, ain't you?
Now decides to speak so passionately about how they're not going to support it again. And the app pushes this to 26,000 people. And it is literally an infestation of Zionist, white supremacists, and bigots in her comments.
I know black Zionist is crazy. Black Zionist, that's a crazy identity right there. But we're not gonna touch that. We're gonna let them rock for obvious reasons. You know, we can't rumble with that right now. You know what I'm saying? We can't rumble with that type of shit right now. That rumble is for. But that shit is wild, bro. What the fuck?
Created a safe space for the worst of the worst people. There are literally Zionists in her comments being like, yes, we're on the same side.
Damn, should I do it? Because I've been flirting around with a merch concept, and I just haven't pulled the trigger on anything because I haven't felt like I've come up with anything worthy of the effort to try to set up the whole merch thing. But should I do it? I just need the proper font. Like I need the right. You know what it's got to have? It's got to have like really cool 1980s graphics, with the bright colors and like a 1982 Ferrari, like one of the cars that Don Johnson drove in Miami Vice. God damn it. Yeah, no, I'm already building the idea in my head. I gotta come up with the concept. I gotta flesh the concept out. Yes, Miami Vice style. Right. We should talk, SKC. We should talk. I feel like there's things we can do together. We can do great magics. We can work great wonders together. We can achieve supreme whiteness.
If you don't see a problem with your video being a safe space for white supremacists, I don't know what to tell you. Your video made it extremely clear that you have actually not been a part of this movement, because it is insane to say that you don't see flags of other countries experiencing genocide in people's bios who are in this movement. That's literally all you see. Like, If you even gave a couple minutes to content on this app that's about this movement, you would see that. All of us are talking about all of the genocides. What the actual fuck are you talking about? Like, you just pull this information out of your ass? Literally look at the playlist at the top of my page. All of these genocides are connected. That's why we talk about all of them. And you generalizing four content creators who said things that you didn't like, that were anti-Black. Now you're generalizing an entire group of humans who did not say these things and did not share these sentiments, and telling them that none of us care about Black people, which is insane. And that
I know you don't love me because you ain't the same when the Arabs around. I know you don't love me because you ain't the same when Muhammad's in town. I know you don't love me. I know you don't love me.
y'all are alone, which is insane, because we are all here supporting each other. Why are you spreading division that you are alone? That's just not true. All of these fights are connected. All of it intersects together. Black Americans will not see progress without the support of these other groups. And these other groups will not see progress without the support of Black Americans. We all have to do it together. That doesn't mean you have to like everyone. That doesn't mean everyone's going to agree. But generalizing whole groups and isolating yourselves from everyone who is on here talking about all these genocides happening in African countries as well, at the hands of Israel as well, and police brutality that's happening in the US because the IDF is training our cops to do what they're doing to Palestinians here as well, is insane for you to come on here and say these things. But it just shows me that you actually haven't been a part of the movement, because this is absolutely a topic of discussion.
You know what? I'm bored with you. Your tears bore me. Damn, that was some colonizer shit. No, I get it now. Holy shit! I think I kind of understand the white man a little bit better now. Your tears bore me. Holy shit! How colonizer of me.
And I want to understand white rage, and I'm white.
God damn. I didn't even think about it. I just felt it as I said it. Holy shit. White guys in the chat like, see? You see? That's what I'm talking about right there. White guys in the chat like, now you understand me. See? We have to come together and colonize our energy and keep the rest of the world from fucking our shit up, because America's nice. I don't know if you guys noticed it, but America's pretty cool. It's not like a lot of the rest of the world. And these non-Americans want to fuck our shit up. And I'm just saying, that shit felt right. It really did. Like, I totally get it now. Your tears bore me. Like, wow.
Hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad.
This is about targeting women of color in the United States of America. Don't tell me, because I didn't get a single apology.
Time has expired.
My life was threatened. Thank you.
Hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad.
You know, we've been playing a lot of like pro-Trump songs and whatnot. One of these streams, I basically put together a whole pro-Trump mixtape because, you know, the internet be interneting. And now we got us an anti-Kamala diss track. This is like a first.
It's Kamala Harris, you need to sit back and shut up and take Kamala. The last person that we need as president is you. No, I'm sorry, but your skin color and big smile won't do. You ain't fit to be no president, and your past service is proof. Just look at the border. Since you've been over it, you know everybody come through. It's estimated that about 15 to 20 million people came in illegally under your watch. You're supposed to tighten that border, but you done caused too many leaks. Look at Chicago and Denver and New York City too. Just ask Oakland, this migrant crisis done hit them too. You digging inside of the taxpayers' pockets to give an illegal a home. Who are you tripping? This can't be real. This what you Democrats really vote on. I'm starting to see that they really don't care about no policy. All that they see is a race. As long as your culture is black and your skin is like mine, you get my vote any day, man, and they still don't see the truth. Snake in the grass. Kamala, she a snake in the grass. Snake in the grass. Snake in the grass. Kamala, she a snake in the grass. Snake in the grass. Snake in the grass. Kamala, she a snake in the grass. Miss Kamala Harris, you need to sit back and shut up and take off your mask. Snake in the grass. Kamala, she a snake in
Everybody's so creative. There's a lot going on. A lot going on out here, though. Let me see. What else did I have for y'all? Oh, they going off on Kamala outside of the DNC. Let's play this one right here.
What do you guys think about Kamala?
It'll be cool. She's terrible. If she comes into office, it will be done.
It'll be cool to see a female black. No, she's half black, not fully black, but it'll be cool to see a black president,
Western Indian,
female black president. But I'm definitely voting for Trump.
Let me tell you something. She tries to get the black vote because if you look at her past things and maybe 10, 15 years ago when she's in interviews, she identifies as West Indian.
She does.
The only way that she's identified as African American is right now, because she wants the voters, but she doesn't give a fuck because where was she at in these past 4 years and she's vice president? What has she done for us?
She have not.
Can you say one thing that
I didn't even know she was the vice president?
Can we say what she has done?
Let's go, Trump.
And I am going to stand on Trump, and I'm so sorry if that may ruffle people's feathers, but I have done my own research, and Trump has done a lot for us, more than what the media tries to portray. They're getting all our favorite rappers. They're having Megan Thee Stallion twerk and all of that to gain because they think that that's going to make us vote for them, and that's not.
And that never got my vote.
And that will never get my vote. And I'm going to stand on that. Twerking
did
and
not get my
having
vote.
Meg Thee Stallion, first off, the song that she was even saying is very ignorant.
You heard him outside the DNC. But I want to get back to this Black on Palestine thing, because like I'm feeling the colonizer energy, and I think a lot of black folk, for the first time ever, they now understand the burden of leadership, right? The burden of dominance, even, right? Because being the dominant party is a responsibility unto itself, right? Because if you have the power to do something and you choose to not do something, what does that say about you?
I never thought I would be one of those people that comes crying on the internet. And if my English is not comprehensible, it's fine. It's not my first language. But this has to be said.
Here's my thing about people who say stuff like this or think stuff like this. Like, do y'all know what systematic oppression and systematic racism is? And it amazes me how for the whole world not to like us, whenever something tragic happens to a group of people that is not us, they want us on the forefront, you know, the first line of defense for them. When something has happened to us, everybody just look the other way. Like, I just don't understand how you gonna get mad at everybody and then blame us, then double down on us. Colonizers, black people and colonizers don't even go together. Who are we colonizing? We make up a small percentage
that bitch,
of the
obviously.
country.
No, see, not nigga. You lean into it, man. See, look, I can tell. This nigga got pyramid tattoos and shit. He one of them we was Kangs niggas. Like how you was Kangs but you can't colonize some shit, my nigga. How you was Kangs but you can't colonize some shit. And you got this goofy bitch out here got you talking all week, and you got pyramids on your chest, but you can't colonize some shit. No, nigga, if you was Kangs, then you can colonize some shit. Want to hear that shit? We wasn't colonized. Nigga, shut the fuck up, you bitch ass nigga.
Wait, what? Great. Now, what's our motto? We was Kangs. We was Kangs!
This nigga got actual pyramid tattoos up here talking about you can't call black people colonizers. We was Kangs though, right? Kangs can't colonize? Weak ass niggas. They not ready for the burden of dominance, bro. It's the penalty of leadership.
when something has happened to us, everybody just look the other way. Like, I just don't understand how you gonna get mad at everybody and then blame us, then double down on us. Colonizers, black people and colonizers don't even.
No, the correct response is, and I'll do it again. That's the correct response, bro.
Even go together. Who are we colonizing? We make up a small percentage of the country and we make up a certain percentage of the military. Yes, because we need money. I'm in the military. I don't know no black person that joined the military because they want to fight for this country. They joined for the benefits, to get them out of a situation because of the system, to get them out of an environment that the system put us in generationally.
Nigga, if you joined the colonizing system, for whatever reason, you became a colonizer. And that's what's fucking up. That's what's up, my nigga. Shout out to all my colonizers in uniform right now. I appreciate all of you, each and every one of you. We need to go colonize some shit. Honestly, that's why the world is out of control, because America, truth be told, we haven't been colonizing properly. That's the goddamn gosh darn honest truth of it all. America just hasn't been colonizing properly because, you know, we got termites in the basement and shit. But still, that is the actual role of a dominant force, right? A dominant culture. You're supposed to spread your culture around the world. Let's turn it the other way. It's not America, it will be China, because they're the other dominant force culturally and economically. Not quite militarily, but, you know, they're getting there. Look at what China is doing to Africa right now. China got these niggas, they got these niggas out of the trees doing kung fu. They got these niggas from Stone Age to the Shaolin Temple. Little Congolese Tai Chi warriors, bro. We could have done some shit like that in Africa, but no, we let the fucking Chinese get over there. And look what now they're building up their own army of darkness. God damn it. America just ain't colonizing effectively.
Right. Jim Crow, racism, all that shit ain't far apart. You have black people now that are still living, that went through that. Come on now.
This nigga complaining. See, black folk are not ready for the responsibilities of dominance. Soon as a bitch call you a colonizer, you start crying and shit. You want to put your rifle away. You want to take your uniform off. Put your flag down. No, stand on that colonizing shit. I like this battle. It's given a different perspective for black folk to consider.
Somehow the groups that we've been slave traded and are supposed to be the allies that we're associated with. If you're so enlightened, then you wouldn't mind explaining how you claiming that you native in a language that's Arabian. You want to talk a bit about imperialism and how to stand against oppressors hand in hand with victims, how to identify oppression with precision. Last I checked, Islam ain't no African religion. So think for a minute and consider how it got there. It wouldn't be the first time they claim a land that's not theirs. Jerusalem was on the way, they didn't stop there. Westward expansion with their continent in crosshairs. This ain't hard to find, all you gotta do is read. Ask them what it means, to this day they calling us Habib. They say Black Lives Matter cause they see it as a trend. Black lives lost for them is just a means to an end. Y'all was saying Black Lives Matter, but now you're silent. Black Lives Matter unless they sheltering from sirens. Black Lives Matter worldwide. Black Lives Matter is why we get ignored, right? Somehow the groups that we've been slave traded and are supposed to be the allies that we're associated with.
This is low-key a diss track against the Arab allies, and it's kind of on point. He knows things.
Somehow the groups that we've been slave traded and are supposed to be the allies that we're associated with. If you're so enlightened, then you wouldn't mind explaining how you claiming that you native in a language that's Arabian. You want to talk a bit about imperialism and how to stand against oppressors hand in hand with victims, how to identify oppression with precision. Last I checked, Islam ain't no African religion. So think for a minute and consider how it got there. It wouldn't be the first time they claim a land that's not theirs. Jerusalem was on the way, they didn't stop there. Westward expansion with their continent in crosshairs. This ain't hard to find, all you gotta do is read. Ask them what it means. To this day they calling us Abid.
Yes, Abid actually means slave. You know, there's a video, because I was trying to dig up the rest of the content I had on this. There was a video from this one lady actually talking about that. I gotta see if I know it's in here somewhere.
Say Black Lives Matter because they see it as a trend. Black lives lost for them is just a means to an end. Y'all was saying Black Lives Matter, but now you're silent. Black Lives Matter unless they sheltering from sirens. Black Lives Matter worldwide. Black Lives Matter is why we get ignored, right? Somehow the groups that we've been slave traded and are supposed to be the allies that we're associated with. If you're so enlightened, then you wouldn't mind explaining how you claiming that you native in a language that's Arabian. You want to talk a bit about imperialism and how to stand against oppressors hand in hand with victims, how to identify oppression with precision. Last I checked,
We have to start.
I like this girl right here. She's actually cute. This is funny. Girls are rarely funny. This is funny.
Enough is enough. If we want the world to change, we have to be the change. Yeah. We have to start boycotting. Yeah. Yeah. We have to start taking their money and taking our money back. We have to start investing in small businesses. She's cooking. We have to share resources. Yes. We have to create small communities. My black ass is with it. Let's go. We have a chance to make real change. And most importantly of everything, it's fuck black people. Yeah, fuck them. Fuck those charcoal motherfuckers that tend to think that everything is about them, because not everything is about them. We don't care about slavery that happened 200 years ago, and we don't care that you guys are still getting shot and victimizing yourself as hoodlum people. There are other bigger problems in the world, and black people. Enough is enough. If we want the world to change,
Didn't see that one coming.
yeah, we have to start boycotting. Yeah. Yeah. We have to start taking their money and taking our money back. We have to start investing in small businesses. She's cooking. We have to share resources. Yes. We have to create small communities. My black ass is with it. Let's go. We have a chance to make real change. And most importantly of everything, it's fuck black people. Yeah, fuck them. Fuck those charcoal motherfuckers that tend to think that everything is about them, because not everything is about them. We don't care about slavery that happened 200 years ago, and we don't care that you guys are still getting shot and victimizing yourself as hoodlum people. There are other bigger problems in the world, and black people.
Yeah, she was cooking though. No bullshit. She was cooking. But that is like the conundrum of the black leftists, because your allyship consists of, people who really don't fuck with you like that, which it has to make you question what you're all wrapped up in. Like, if all the other people in this army actually don't really like you, what are you fighting for? How does this ultimate goal serve you?
So there is a neighborhood in Gaza, on the Gaza Strip, where 11,000 Afro-Palestinians live. It is called Al Abib. You know what that means? Slave. Yes, that is where black people live. And that is what the Arabics call that neighborhood, slaves, the land of the slaves. I'm going to drop the articles so you can hear from Afro-Palestinians how they're treated in Palestine. While the Arabs and Muslims are being oppressed, they still had time to oppress black people there in Gaza. So there is a neighborhood.
See, this is why you can't let girls be in charge of stuff. Because I don't know why you surprised, bitch. This oppression don't sleep. This oppression don't never stop. I'm talking about while they was busy being oppressed, they still had time to oppress black people. Yes. Yeah, yes. What do you think this is? A Disney movie? No, Jesus Christ.
How they're treated in Palestine. While the Arabs and Muslims are being oppressed, they still had time to oppress black people there in Gaza. So there is a neighborhood in Gaza, on the Gaza Strip, where
Damn. How come none of your Palestinian homies never told you about the neighborhood with all the black Palestinians and everyone just casually refers to it as Slave Town? Does America have little neighborhoods that we still call Slave Town? I imagine back in the day we had, little pockets here and there referred to as like Slave Town or something to that effect. But Palestine has one like right now, just like, hey, yeah, that's where them niggas live, Slave Town. And I bet it's like the worst part of Gaza too. You pull up in there, black Arab bitches be twerking on top of the Oldsmobiles and niggas outside with their pants sagging and shit, drinking 40 ounces, listening to NWA, doing drive-bys and shit. You walk through there late at night, it's a little baby in the middle of the street selling crack. They Slave Town sound lit now that I think about it. I gotta check that shit out.
And rising. Black soldiers have gone all over the world to murder innocent people on behalf of white supremacy. These people are not our enemies. White supremacy creates enemies around the world, and then they send soldiers to murder people indiscriminately. And the black soldiers, they should be a little more conscionable of their action against other people. I just watched a video of J.D. Vance, the piece of shit that Trump picked as his vice president, talking about what they should do to Niger because Niger decided to kick the U.S. Army, U.S. Armed Forces out of Niger.
Sound like them Nigers owe me some money. Niger better have my money is all I'm saying.
You should have heard his arrogance. They can be that arrogant because they understand that they can send their little flunkies in their armed forces to defend their arrogance. You understand? Black people have never fought for themselves. They have never stood up to fight for themselves collectively against white imperialism. But they're quick to pick up their guns and go overseas and murder people who are not our enemies. We're going to have to make a choice. We're either going to fight here, you understand, and get our own territory, our own state to separate from these fucking racists, these terrorists, these fucking tyrants.
No, I don't want to make a purely black state because I would have to kill too many of you niggas just to have peace, and it's not worth it. It's not gonna work. So no, that's not really the thing. It just occurred to me as I'm joking about this colonizer idea and shit. I don't know if black folk, like generally speaking, like even if you're talking about Africans or whatever, but black folk generally speaking, I don't know if black folk actually know the pride of empire. And again, I have my criticisms of this modern American global homo empire and all that. certainly don't want to die for global homo, right? But at the same time, I like being called a colonizer. That shit, it does something to me. Like almost it kind of makes your dick hard. It does. I swear to God, it's just like, ooh, yes, I do like the feeling of empire. And you're saying, empires are too big to rule proper. Well, what I'm saying is, imagine being like a British sailor. Well, not a sailor because they were just nobodies, but like imagine being like a British captain at the height of the British Navy, right? Like when Britain had a fucking empire, right? And you just rolling up on God knows whatever piece of land with a flag and a cannon. Like, all right, you're gonna do these things now. Like, ooh, damn, that's like you don't want that feeling though. Niggas don't know the feeling of empire, so they only have negative like attitudes and opinions toward it because they've been taught to see it as negative. But I'm just thinking, like, it actually would feel kind of cool to, like, righteously conquer the world. Like, must be nice is all I'm saying. Must be nice.
You want me on that wall. You need me on that wall.
Or we're going to go to Burkina Faso, Niger, or a country in Africa, especially those of you with military experience, and strengthen another country so that black people can have their own oasis to stand up against white imperialism. Because I'm sick and fucking tired of these people just going around the world terrorizing the fucking world because they think their army, their armed forces, their navy, their air force is the fucking strongest in the world. We have to stop defending white imperialism.
All right, I'm about to throw the link in the chat. Let's have us a colonizer panel. Let's have us a colonizer panel. I want to talk about it. You say blacks colonized the NBA. That was very racist of you. That shit don't count. You trying to distract me with a basketball and shit? Fuck out of here. No, my dreams of colonization will not be distracted by a bouncing ball, white man. You tried that shit 50 years ago, and I'm over it now, all right? I want real colonization. Well, let's have us a colonizer panel, because I do kind of want to talk about this idea of the rest of the world. Oh, shit. And the first person on the panel is Dave. How you doing, Dave? Dave, are you talking? I can't hear you. I can't hear you, Dave. I know you're there. I know you're feeling some type of way.
Resurrection of the Negro Empire, man, but you don't even know it.
I'm not talking about a Negro empire because I don't trust you niggas.
Well, you'll never get the feeling that you're talking about there.
Well, empire has existed before, so it's not what I'm saying. No, you're talking about a specific Negro empire. I just, one, I don't know that history to be true, and then two, I don't know if I trust in the leadership abilities of the Negro at current moment.
Well, the time is shortly coming, man. As of right now, it's just all about bearing witness. And the problem is that these niggas can't get out of their own way. They can't stand on the sideline. They always want to jump in the middle of somebody else's fight.
Let me ask you a question. Is there something morally wrong with the idea of colonization?
I believe it is morally wrong. However, you know, we in the real world, man. That shit been going on for fucking hundreds of thousands of years.
That last part means nothing. So it's morally wrong.
Yeah, we know it is, man. It ain't right. You know?
Do we really know that it's wrong? Because again, black folk have never really had, and Dave, don't start. Black folk have never really had the feeling of empire, like to be a master of the seven seas. You do we really know? Like I tell you, listen, I talked about that
You
one
don't
time
remember.
in my life. I talked about that one time in my life briefly where I was boat people. I owned a small sailboat. It was like 25 foot or something like that. It wasn't really long. It was 25 max, but it was a little small sailboat, and I was just like fucking around in it, trying to learn the basics of whatnot. And I had to take like a whole sailing class. And I actually was, and it was weird because my whole class was like Europeans, like literally people from Europe, and me, you know, dude from the projects and shit. It was a while. It was a trip, but I learned to sail. I learned the basics, and then I actually got out on the water by myself, like man versus nature, that type of shit. Old man in the sea, you know. And I don't know if, as a race, a lot of black folk have that intrepid kind of experience or even desire, because you can't have it until you desire it. And I don't know if a lot of black folk have real relationship with the idea of empire.
You've never been to Chicago, then?
Them niggas ain't. Just shut the fuck up for a second,
You ain't seen,
Mr. O.
You ain't seen, like, they talk about war. I get it. You know, the only thing different is ain't no fucking guided missiles going in, and ain't no rocket launches.
Dave, I shall not allow you to drag this conversation
But I
down
can
to
tell you, it's
Chicago.
definitely in a lot of niggas' hearts.
Mr. O, and I know Mr. O, you're a Chicago native as well. It's not personal against
Mr. O,
Chicago niggas,
Mr. O, tell him.
but
Tell him.
whatever, Mr. O, come on.
What's going on, my fellow
Dave's getting on my goddamn nerves, man.
what's going on, my fellow colonizer, imperialists, conquistadors, and only my female missionaries? What's going on, y'all? What's going on? Man, I feel kind of good being. I actually put that my under my name. I'm the official colonizer extraordinaire. You know what I'm saying? I feel like this is an extraordinary time. I'm gonna go ahead, dust my shoulders off, get my Christopher Columbus on. So, yeah, this whole DNC thing is not sitting right with me with all these uh like Mayor Johnson, these Democratic shills trying to make me feel good, make me feel good like I'm Halle Berry in the Monsters Ball, just trying to tell me everything's gonna be all right. But but Hood and gentlemen on the panel, everything is not all right here. Everything's definitely not all right. They got the whole area downtown and the surrounding areas of the loop highly protected with gates and all that good stuff. Despite the fact the first day of the DNC, we had 25 deletions, 25 damn deletions, you know, and ain't nobody
Sound
talking
like y'all
about
getting
that.
colonized in Chicago.
Oh, most definitely, most definitely.
All niggas ain't black. Like them Spanish motherfuckers warring, especially ever since.
So it's colonized or be colonized, if I understand you correctly, because somebody gonna get some colonizing around here, no matter what.
Oh yes, most definitely.
About Chicago, dog. Like these gangs, dog. They got the who was that dude? I forget the name of that Russian army, that Russian private army that took over that city and shit. And then as soon as they did it, I'm like, something gonna happen to dude, because the world gonna look at that and say this is a bad precedent, because you ain't ready for. You can imagine a Four Corner Hustle or the Vice Lords fucking around and saying, you know, we're a private fucking army. Y'all, the world ain't ready for this shit, man. You talking that shit, dog. These motherfuckers are there already.
This is what I'm saying. You can't call Chicago niggas colonizers when y'all actively being colonized. That's why I'm like, bro, chill.
Colonized by who?
The fucking Latinos, the illegals.
And
Mr.
the Arab.
Mr. O, will you tell them that ain't no war between the black? That shit ain't happening.
Man, what? All right, depending on what area, you're in. Now, if I'm in Humber Park, and I'm a black dude still going to this day, they're gonna ask me if I'm GD. I wish Dirty Folks was up on here because he's actually.
That's Humboldt
All
Park.
right.
That's always been Hispanic neighborhood. I'm saying ain't nobody coming in your shit.
All right, well, let's go south side. Let's go around the 40th and 50 block.
Let's not, because I just said to Dave, I will not let you drag this conversation down to Chicago.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
Now
You're right.
We want to walk the fucking blocks, like niggas want to walk the streets now. But we gotta pause that. We gotta pause that. See, Moses, is colonization wrong?
No.
All right, walk me through it.
It's not. So if you have a system that works, you're gonna want to spread it. So the way you colonize or have another group of people assimilate to your system, like we got this idea that you have to do it by brute force. So you have that thought in your mind where that's wrong, or not brute force, but you have to manipulate them. But if you have a system that works where you're doing your own thing and a part of it is minding your own business, but again, it's kind of all
this guy's redefining colonizing.
I don't even know.
Look at this hood. Look at this, y'all.
You're not going to understand how I'm landing, but I'm saying that for the sake of this, it's not wrong, and it would work, and it does happen if you have a system and a strategy that works. So that's what I think you were getting at, Hood, is I don't know if blacks have the desire to create a system where they would want to actually implement it on the rest of the world. And until you have that point, then you're not going to want to colonize.
What are we looking at, Mr. O?
Oh, we are right in the middle of the DNC convention on the South Side Park, right here at the McCormick Place where I work at right now. What you see is basically what they're doing set up. Yep, right here on 22nd Street. And you know what I'm saying? This is probably some people of special interest. I don't know who it is. We see 3 black cars come line up like that. It's usually somebody important, right?
Some kind of Fed.
That could be Lil Durk.
I was just trying to tell you, I'll be down here with the shit for real.
Nah, listen, I believe you from Chicago. Wasn't ever in question. But so the question at hand is black people being called colonizers, right? And I don't know that it's inherently a bad thing, because we've been taught that it's bad because, the white man went around colonizing the world, and the white man is bad because he went around colonizing the world. But what if it's actually the opposite? What if going around the world spreading civilization to the uncivilized is actually a good thing?
I mean, colonization. I mean, think about it. What the people in Tahiti, did they need colonization? Hell, I say I go right back for it. Mexico. Before the conquistadors got there and they're trying to spread Christianity, by the time they got dock on them shores, they saw thousands upon thousands of people, about 10 of them in a circle, about to take out somebody's beating heart, and probably eat it. And it was like, yeah, these motherfuckers need Jesus ASAP. So colonization could be a good thing.
You ever see Apocalypto?
I ain't never got a chance to see it, but I heard of it, and I've seen a couple of scenes. I use it for my videos. Yes, I do.
Yeah, it's a great movie in that it requires zero dialogue, because there's very little dialogue in the movie, and as a viewer, you don't actually need any of the dialogue to understand every moment of the movie. It's that visually compelling. And at the very end of all that drama, running through the jungle, getting chased Aztecs or whatever, they run into that kind of scene that you're talking about, where the Aztecs are about to kill the guy and his family. I think they finally catch up to him on the beach, and as they're closing in on the final moment, the Europeans, in their big ship, arrive on the shores. What the fuck are you savages doing to each other? And of course, they have to put a stop to that eventually. SKC, I was waiting for you to jump back on the panel, bro. I'm throwing a question at everybody right now. Is colonization wrong? Is colonization a bad thing?
I think I'm the wrong person to answer that. I mean, right now I'm actually creating a colonizer series, a supreme colonizer series. I got my Christopher Columbus splitting the sea. So I I don't know. I think that the colonization thing was a good thing.
My God.
But why would you be the wrong person to ask?
Well, right, because I just posed the same argument. Like, what if it was actually, what if we were taught morality in reverse? Like, what if that was actually not a bad thing considering the world?
Well, colonizing got things done. You know, while you had the mythical uh, Negro empires that we don't see anything of any
We lost.
consequence that they actually accomplished, you see
Yeah.
all of the fruits and labors of colonization still to this day. So I think if you make a comparison of the two, that's all you need to see. I think it's even in the stories that's told so far as on the opposite side of things, like when we were in school and or the way that people assumed history to be or assumed what was in the books, because if you actually read them, they don't state what a lot of people recite. But you know, they have it like there were these people, they were just living in harmony with the animals and the land and such and such, but they never tell you about anything that they got accomplished. There were no updates in medicine, no updates in technology, no updates in how to um, move human civilization forward or
Well,
anything. It's
well,
just they
SKC,
were just there.
remember that's the abundance theory that we were talking about before, right? So life in Africa was just so easy. Like the basics were so easy to come by. They weren't really compelled to evolve or advance any of their technology. And it's a ridiculous theory. Once I really started to think about it, I'm like, this can't be true.
You know what? And this is crazy. I got this from my brother. But my brother told me, he said, I've been listening to a lot of your cooning as of late. And he said, I was drinking a beer one day with some buddies of mine, and then it clicked to me. And he said, little bro, it seemed that like the people that came over from the different countries and so and whatever, and they were finding all these people. He said it seemed like they were like parents that finally came home and said, like, what the heck y'all been doing all this time? Clean this junk up.
Yes. not only that, right? And this is where it gets really spooky and racially insensitive, I guess is the word I'll use right now, because this is like there's reasons why these stories aren't told to the mainstream, but it's not uncommon. From a historical context, it is actually very probable that a white man, when first encountering a primitive, frankly, a non-white primitive tribe, black oftentimes, he'll be treated as a god. And there are stories. So like when you get to middle America and the white man and what's the guy, Quetzalcoatl or whatever, and when Cortez is taking what was that big Mexican city, like Mexico City at the time actually, but basically the idea was that when they met the white man, they thought the gods had returned. What say you of this mythology, Mr. I'm making a colonization series at the moment?
I think that's probably right. I think we have some modern day instances of likely what occurred in the cargo cult.
That's that when I first discovered the cargo cult, I gotta tell you, it was like psychologically jarring for me. Why? Because I don't know how widespread a lot of these ideas and these facts are, but I've learned this over the years that when it comes to Stone Age tribes, right? The last Stone Age tribe that white explorers really encountered were like the Canary Islands, which is off of the coast of Spain or whatever. And there's a whole mythology in that too. I'm not going to get into, but those were Caucasians on that island, and they were basically at a Stone Age level. So like when these Europeans were sailing around the world discovering South America and all that, that level of technology, right? Now you find a group of white people who are in the Stone Age, right? That's the Canary Islands, right? But that was like hundreds of years ago. So the white Stone Age officially ended hundreds of years ago with the colonization of the Canary Islands. The Black Stone Age technically hasn't ended.
Well, yeah, I mean,
What?
we know this because you know, the darks, they like to make up things now with their various mythologies. But one of the major issues that comes up with you know, you go over to the Cuba, to like places of the world and all that other stuff, and you hear all this stuff about the advancements of all these African nations of old and blah blah blah. It's like, okay, well, what happened? It all reverted. A huge bunch of knowledge was lost, or so forth. And even if that was the case, let's say when Rome fell, you had a long period of time that entered almost into some dark ages. But even in those dark ages, they were still able to war, to build castles and forts and move on up into gunpowder and so forth. So it's like, what are we talking about?
Yeah,
But I
even
mean,
calling it the Dark Ages was even like a historical like pejorative that need not have been, right? Because it wasn't necessarily the Dark Ages when you understand. Like, it's not like they just stopped functioning. You know, they were kind of cut off from the rest of the world, but they didn't just stop functioning.
So yeah, it's even, you know, what was that? Free Zone Lube gave me that link, and then I think that kind of moved everybody over to go talk to the ultra pro blacks. But I was having a conversation with them, and I wanted to understand from their viewpoint how history worked. And I had some assumptions, and my assumptions were proved correct. As it goes in the minds of pro blacks and others, you have, I think in this particular order, their timeline goes as such. Jim Crow, or civil rights, Jim Crow, Reconstruction, slavery,
And that's it.
the Moors.
Oh, damn, my bad. Yeah, the Moors. Yeah.
The Moors. No, I'm sorry. Right before the Moors, what's his name? Mansa Musa, the Moors, ancient Egypt, Nubia. And when I asked them that question and they went over their timeline, they pretty much agreed with that. And then there's these huge gaps in between all of that. So yeah, I mean,
So are you saying it started with the Moors? Because it's fascinating when you know that the Moors were never an indigenous African thing. And most likely, the majority of the Moors at the time when the Moors were Mooring were fucking Arabs, probably
Correct.
very, very Caucasian too. And the black Moors, like the Morgan Freeman and what was that Kevin Costner movie? When he was Denzel Robinson, Denzel. I mean, not Denzel.
Robin
When he was
Hood,
That's
and
in the
Speed.
movies. That's gonna be.
I don't know why I said Denzel. When Kevin Costner played
Prince of Thieves.
Prince of Thieves. There you go. Because it was actually a pretty good movie, as I remember.
Yeah.
But no. The reason why I brought that up is because that was the first time I'd ever heard of the concept of a Moor, and it was Morgan Freeman playing this black guy in the middle of Middle Ages England, and I'm like, it's pretty odd.
That was in the movie Robin Hood. I remember that scene.
Yeah, it was Prince of Thieves. Yeah, that was Kevin Costner. I'm like, yeah, that was pretty odd. As it turns out, that's what his role was. He was a Moor who kind of got caught up in the war and wound up there, right? And the point I'm making is that guy, that black guy, he wound up a Moor more than likely as an Arab slave. He was a slave of the Arabs.
Hey, one of white dude trying to sneak. Hey, one of white dude trying to sneak this Morgan Freeman in that movie talking about the Moors, and he didn't know he was talking to him.
Right, because the Moors were supposed to be white.
What?
Like, what's this nigga doing as a Moor? Who's that nigga on that nag? Like, that's because, technically speaking, the Moors were not African black.
I think the exact term the witch lady used was the painted man.
Hey, remember Lawrence Fishburne character Othello? Hey, Lawrence Fishburne character Othello went through the same thing.
Dave, I feel like you're having some trouble over there. Use your words, Dave. Use your words.
I'm muting. My bad.
Okay, go on mute up, Dave. If you don't want to use your words, that's fine. But the Moors.
I thought I was on mute when I said I was laughing at some of this shit y'all was saying.
Right, it sounded like you were having a moment back there, and I'm saying it's fine. You can use your words, buddy.
The reason why to your question when you were talking about is it moral or not, and I had to, you were like, hey man, but this is how it goes, and I was like, yeah, that is how it goes. But I'm like, I had to introspect, like, where am I getting this delineation from? And I kind of figured it out. It goes back way before what y'all talking about, but I don't want to take that conversation there. But the battle between using force or not ascension, but what they used to call like enlightenment, sharing knowledge of different things like that. That's essentially the battle that you're asking. And to do, I think that was Mr. O that was trying to talk about if you got this and this, that, and that, without the guns, you know what I'm saying? Without, with the straps and shit like that, that type of colonization could happen. And it just brought like a instant memory of some of the knowledge that I remember. The shit's done happened before. The battle between those two types of groups.
Did you have like a flashback to a previous life in the Negro Empire?
No, not in the Negro Empire. It's way before that, bro.
Where was your previous life?
Previous life? Shit, I don't know, nigga. I'm from Chicago.
I thought you said you were having a flashback. All right, never mind. Dave confused me for a minute. We're gonna leave Dave alone. This is what I get for asking him to use
He be on
words.
that. He be on that stuff, and then he started hallucinating about.
I be on that run.
Empires and stuff.
I got that 5 run.
I call this one Christopher Columbus brings the spirit bomb of knowledge.
It's like a Kamehameha bomb.
Yes. Great.
What is that book?
Of old.
Is that the Bible?
I don't know what it is, man.
Great colonizers of old. It's like a Renaissance series, right? You doing a whole Renaissance style painting?
Yes.
That's a painting of a motherfucker they just released. See that boat? That's his bitch leaving, and that's him. Took off.
I'm the artist here, and it's not open to interpretation. This is Christopher Columbus in his mythical Goku type energy as he landed on the foreign soil and was about to spirit bomb these infidels with knowledge.
This is so ironic. I had no idea you were actually working out stuff like this.
More closer to me, man. The way you said soil. Shit, man, that's a
he was bringing knowledge to the darks.
I mean, technically, it is kind of that way, though.
But why did he have to come to Americas then?
Well, because this is where
Oh,
this was the undiscovered part of the world, and so for Europe, from the European perspective, it was like wide open territory. Now, obviously, there was a bunch of savages living there, and so
that's a
we
good
got to do
cover
something
up,
about
man.
that.
See,
That was
I
a
think
good
it was the
cover up.
opposite.
SK messed up,
Hold,
man. He
hold
messed up
on.
on that point, and that was a good
One at
cover
a
up.
time, though. Moses, you were trying to point something out.
Yeah, so you say it was the undiscovered part of the world, but if you look at Africa and how much they've built even to 2024, that could be seen as something that was as undiscovered as can be. I think here on the Americas, North and South and everything between, it was actually lit.
Africa wasn't undiscovered, though. People knew of Africa for millennia. It's not the old world exists on African soil. Like Egypt is on African soil. I remember actually having a conversation with he's actually Israeli, by the way, but he was I worked for this guy, this couple a long time ago. We were just chopping it up, and he swore to me that Africa was not. That Egypt was not on Africa, and I had to pull out a map. Like, bro, it's on Africa. Like, what do you mean? It was a hilarious moment. It was like a red pill real life moment. But
they didn't have maps in Africa. They didn't write stuff down.
Well, in the north, they did a lot of writing.
Yeah, but that's not really Africa.
That's kind of what I say. Africa is Southern Europe.
You go below the forest level, the sub-Saharan, and it was like, we don't write nothing down, you don't keep no records, everything is just up in the air,
This is what I'm saying. It was Southern Europe. And so like this is why even as a kid, I remember in Baltimore going to this Blacks and Wax Museum. It was like this historical landmark place or whatever. And there was a figure of Hannibal, this big black African warrior, only guy to ever conquer Italy or fight Italy or whatever, right? And now that I think about it, it's highly improbable that Hannibal was a black African. And so you niggas lie. You niggas always lie.
You see that, David? The power of reading splits the seas.
It's like Moses,
good at setting me up,
but
man.
for the darks, though.
Like if I was I could read, y'all would have been rolling.
The power of reading
Y'all
can
would have put
split
that shit.
water.
Y'all would have put that shit on. That would have went to Ball X if you'd have like see the power of reading. If I would responded, but I can read too. That shit would have went on.
He actually didn't come over on a boat. He just held a book open and then glid across the seas just like this.
I know the Italians would fucking love this shit. I know Italians feel some type of way that y'all tried to make their homie a bad guy. Like, so what? He fucked a couple native broads. That's what you do when you got a boat.
You didn't have no boats. It's like a car.
You realize for Columbus to pull up on that giant boat, it was effectively landing in a spaceship. It was like a spaceship with spinning rims. Like you understand the power of pulling up on some shit like that. And then the way it worked is they don't have docks and ports at the time. So I actually can't get close to you. You can't get close to me. You can't get up on this boat. You can see this thing from far away. Like, holy shit. Those guys, they live on that thing in the water. They're like fucking aliens on a spaceship. And here you come with your book of rules and knowledge and shit. You live on a boat, so you think you know everything.
He pulled up in a caravan. You know how the game kind of changes, Hood? When you're playing Civilization and you're able to go to different places via the ocean. It's just like the whole game just speeds up.
Like Roblox.
Yeah. This is another thing. See, niggas don't actually play Civilization. Like I know among Black America, it's rare as knowledge, let alone a game that people play.
What are you
And
talking
so,
about? That's Roblox. You ain't doing nothing but describing Roblox and Minecraft.
yeah, but like I said, you talking about Roblox, and I'm talking about most niggas don't even know that civilization exists, right? You see the difference in what we're talking about here.
Most.
Yeah, and so because niggas don't even know that civilization exists, the idea is like thinking on an empire level, thinking on a colony level, a colonizer level rather. It's alien. Freeman. Oh, we right now we are talking about it's the colonizer panel, and we're talking about the question honestly is, was colonization wrong? And so we're talking about colonization as a concept without any moral judgment. Actually, we're talking about it like it's pretty fucking cool. So I mean, there's the moral
Wait a
judgment.
minute. You asked me moral judgment. What the fuck?
So maybe
You
this
are
is him
not the fucking
receiving-
host of the show, nigga. You don't set the tone if you don't sit in your chair.
Maybe this is him receiving the spirit bomb of knowledge, and then he takes off with it and goes across the ocean.
Well, yeah, think of it like as a story, right? Like as a religious story. So the knowledge is godly. And so if you go back to your first image of him receiving the knowledge, right? He's that famous Sistine Chapel where man and God are almost touching. It's like he's reaching for the divine wisdom, and the divine wisdom is falling into his hands, right? And now again, the responsibility of dominance, right? This is the idea I said earlier. Now that you have this wisdom, if you have the power to create a better world, to give knowledge to the ignorant, to give sight to the blind, should you not do it? Which brings you to the next image. He's on his journey across the seas, bringing the divine wisdom to all of the savage dark masses, the
I think we
niggas.
should do a new recounting of history. I think yes.
A more honest recounting, I think.
Are we
An
saying that
honest recounting
Negroes
of
were
history.
here in America when Columbus came?
I'm not necessarily, but if that works for you, go for it.
No, that's what y'all saying.
I said
Listen.
niggas because I be making jokes, bro.
Oh.
So was
Man,
colonization wrong?
I'm just trying to keep y'all at Yoda level.
Nah, I feel you. I feel you though. You had a question, I answered it. We good. Freeman, was colonization a bad thing? Was it wrong?
No. It's just a thing. See, that's people try to moralize everything, right? Give it a good or a bad or it's a natural outgrowth. So was it wrong? No. And know what black people don't think is wrong. And you know why I know? Because they deify the white man, then covet the power. Right? They deify the white man, they want his power. And go, oh, we gotta organize worldwide and we'll be running it and we'll be doing this and we'll be doing that. They thirst for the power that they believe someone else has and miss their own opportunities.
That reminds me again, that Q Butter panel when they were talking about, should black people be racist? And at a point I just realized how far behind they were. Like, you can't grasp racism yet. You got to learn other basics first. And I think you're right though. It's like black people complain about slavery. The first thing black folk did after well, not the first thing, but one of the things black people did after slavery, most people don't know this, Marcus Garvey and that whole Back to Africa movement, that was actually the birth of Liberia, right? Technically, it was, right? Some Americans, this is why they speak English over there. And one of the first things that the Back to Africa black people did when they got to Liberia, they colonized the fucking Liberians and had them niggas building up a country. And the Liberians is butthurt about that shit to this day. They don't talk about it, but like, niggas, somebody had to get you niggas into shape. And so I feel no way. I actually feel good about that a little bit. That's actually, I mean, technically Liberia is a nut job right now as a country, but black folk, we did some shit. How many other niggas can say, like, how many Africans can say we went to another continent and built the country?
Not too many. Not too many. Shout out
And
to us niggas.
and I don't agree with what Free said. But hey y'all, how y'all doing, man?
Yeah.
Dirty
Hey,
folks.
Dirty.
I
where do you
already know.
disagree?
I already know your answer to that. But Freeman, yeah, you were speaking.
No, I was going to say just where do you disagree? Actually, as that's a secondary question. First, I want to say, heck, man, blacks in America need to colonize the other blacks. Right?
I agree with
You
that.
middle class blacks need to get off your ASS, act like you got some stones, and go colonize the ghetto.
You said colonization starts at home, and I
That's
feel
right.
that shit.
That is correct.
That's great. Welcome to the Dirty
But
Folks podcast.
dirty folks, one, I think I already know your answer to this question. I'm gonna assume you agree with colonization because slavery and shit. But let me get to the disagreement. Let's explore your disagreement for a moment.
No, I disagree that black people want to unite in order to enslave. I disagree with that part. I think they're just cowards, right? If you need numbers to do it, you're just a coward. I believe if they wanted to do it, they would move like a gang, which is why I hold on to that shit dearly. Take over territory, they call it turf, whatever, and move as a unit. But those movements, even the American movement, it's only 52 people on the Constitution, and only like 20 of them rode originally. John Hancock then wasn't busting pistols at first. It's normally a couple of dudes with a couple of dollars that get all the broken niggas to be shooters. That has never changed in history, no matter what the logo is. A couple of niggas with a couple of dollars grab some shooters and say, we going this way. So I don't think it'll be the middle class colonizing the ghetto. I think it would be a ghetto messiah colonizing the middle class.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Freeman's point on this one when he says, my point is that they do not think it is wrong. I do not think they have the ability. And agreed. From Black America's perspective, if we had the power and ability, we would do all the evil shit we accuse white people of doing, but we just can't figure it out.
No.
But then you're calling colonizing evil.
But we do if you're black, right? Because the women and the gays do that. They cancel you, they beat you, they run you out of town. They do that.
Not me. Other niggas maybe, but not me.
Generally speaking, like black men are benevolent, and to a certain extent, white men are benevolent, right? Like all racial wars were stopped by other white men. It wasn't a bunch of black dudes got their pitchforks together and stopped it. No, white men stopped other trailer park white men from doing the colonizing.
What would be the point of colonizing?
Excuse me?
What's the point of it?
Right. Well, no, that's a great question because colonization is effectively the spread of your social culture and then the projecting of the dominance of your social group. Like your group now becomes the dominant group in this new place that you're colonizing, right? And so you actually have to have something worth spreading, and you actually have to be socially dominant. Like you can't just be, a bunch of lazy know-nothings trying to colonize someplace. You got to actually know something about something and be willing to back it up with force.
And you have to believe
what
in
that
it.
sounds like,
right?
though?
And you had the
that idea, like, why would you want to colonize? It sounds, and I could be just dumbing this down, but it sounds like people saying, "Why you want to leave the neighborhood for?"
No, the opposite. Why do
why you want to go travel outside the city for?
It could be. I think I'm taking the question neutrally, but it could very well come off that way.
Colonization is more like, my block is clean. I cut my grass. I know my neighbors. Now I want my kids to be safe, so I'm going to spread my block to a square mile radius and push that square mile to a small town radius. It's not running from a bad thing. Colonization starts when you have a good thing and you want to spread it out so everybody around you feels safe.
Right.
Like an HOA.
I think there's a more.
I think there's a step that you guys are missing.
Yeah, I think there's a more base motivation underlying a lot of that too, which is like power and control. I want to spread my power and control too. But good.
It goes even before that, Hood. I think there's steps even before that. And that's why I tried to dumb it down. But before colonization can ever begin, you have to have an exploratory spirit. You have to to have a pining to know what is beyond.
There's an
You
order to
have
this
you
white
have to
adjacency.
you have to be comfortable with the idea of going beyond your comforts of what the other people have made for you to go into the wild.
Yes and no, because you could just have a nomadic spirit and just be roaming and be curious, but you don't have anything to actually plant anywhere you go.
Bro, that's still exploratory. Even that.
That's my point of like, I don't, so when you say you have to have an exploratory spirit in order to colonize, you have to have something to bring. You have to have a system to begin with to say, okay, this is good. This works. This can be successful if we get more people or we have more land or we have, so that's where you
Well, I think
begin
it's
to
I think it's
explore.
different from
I'm gonna let y'all talk.
I think it's
I'm gonna
different from
go
being
last.
nomadic because the nomadic people
They got it wrong.
typically went wherever the food went.
Now you're getting close to it. Thank you.
The explorers, they just wanted to know what was beyond.
No, Nomadic is the Highlander. If y'all remember that TV show, Nomadic is the Highlander. A dude just walking down the highway. Wherever I end up, that's where I go. The colonize and explore is New York niggas taking over DC, Chicago niggas taking over Milwaukee and Iowa. Like I'm gonna go beyond
Thank
here.
you. Now you talking what I know. Gang banging.
Nah, that I don't think so. I don't think that you can put it in any sort of modern hood anything because
I don't know
all of
that.
those
My bad.
people
I'm just
knew.
saying what
I don't
see.
care who they were, how gangster or whatever they think that they were and everything. They were always traveling down roads and things that were already pre-built.
The slave trade was already going down routes that were already known.
Right, but guys that were quote unquote colonizing were going across seas that they knew nobody else that had ever did it before.
But they did
Right,
know.
no.
The explorers went.
The motive.
The colonizers
the
went.
motive obviously.
I think
was
you're
treasure.
bastardizing the
The
point.
motive was obviously money and treasure, land, wealth.
No.
It wasn't
You're
goddamn. We're gonna spread culture because motherfuckers, goddamn it, you can get down and lay down, motherfucker. This shit
hold
is
on.
about money.
I think this is why I didn't want to let you guys bring it to that kind of level because
It is.
but it's so much not that. It's very not that. Listen, you can't compare people who turn raw nature into a town, into a city, into a port that can trade with the rest of the world. You can't compare that series of developments with a nigga that goes from Chicago to a small town in Kansas and makes dope money. Like there's no way, and I don't want you to even try to do that to this conversation. We were doing so well.
It's like there's so many
didn't say
steps
that. Dirty
in
folks
human
did.
development
Don't kill my vibe.
that are missing
Don't kill my vibe.
between the two that it just becomes silly.
But that's why so there's got to be a sense of pride and belief that you want to share. Like we're talking about two ends of the spectrum. If you go on one side, if you go on the righteous side or the side that is actually successful, that you want to put on a pedestal, it's more than just the food and it's the tangible things that this society creates. It's a spiritual buy-in by all of the people that have then, I guess you could say, be colonized, but that's where it's like in our minds, colonize is taking over, but we are actually a part of something.
Yeah, something greater and bigger than self. That's why you have to have.
The worst thing about niggas love to not know. Nothing make a nigga happier than not knowing the answer to your question. Just ask a nigga a question. Any nigga, hey, nigga, what's the capital of Zaire? I don't know that shit. Keeping it real. Niggas love to keep it real. Real dumb.
Was the Congo? Didn't that used to be named Zaire? I'm just making sure.
I'm sorry, SKC. You were trying to make a point. I wanted to let that little clip play. It felt appropriate. You know, we needed that.
Yeah, I was just saying that to have that ID, some of the impetus behind exploring and then taking that exploration to the next step of colonization, you have to have a a larger opinion of the group that you're from and the ideals that they are spreading in order to truly buy in, because these guys were crossing seas and people died crossing seas all the time. That was normal.
Yeah. Look, people died just fishing, bro, not even crossing the seas. Like, you didn't even go a mile offshore and you tipped your boat over and drowned.
Yeah. I mean, it was a completely different thought process about life. You know, having kids wasn't like family planning, it was survival. You know what I mean? It was expansion by survival. And then you actually started to go, and then man got ships and could cross seas and all kind of exploded from there. Like death was, I mean, it was normal, right? Part of the cycle of life, no matter who you were. I mean, even if you lived in a city in the 1800s, you know, disease would still familiarize you with death and the inevitability of it.
And then you think about the culture behind all of that. We talked about that before, Hood and also Freeman, because you know how some people would talk about, oh man, you know, these people were sailing the seas way before, you know, I don't know, the Europeans got there and all that. Okay, but typically, in order for that to happen, you're going to have a lot of precursors. And one of those precursors would be like a seafaring culture,
right?
That would have came up in the land, and then all of the bravado that comes and all of that. I mean, there's a lot of details in it that people just want to skip over because they've never done a lot of those things. When Hood Servative was talking earlier, and I could understand you, Hood Servative, the thought of being on a sailboat. It's a different animal when you don't have a motor to get you out of a tough spot.
Hey, but here's the other thing. If Africans were so seafaring, where are all the black admirals?
Where
are
all
they
the
at?
ports that they had? Where's all the? There should be an entire culture around sailing, around fishing, and all. There should be mythologies about the thing, and
Yeah,
it's
it's
like, come
not.
on.
It just doesn't seem like that. Even with that simple observation, because there are black generals in like every branch of service. I don't know that there has been more than one black admiral. Like something about seafaring, just like we've talked about before. Like, why is sci-fi not popular? Right? It's always backwards looking. There's no exploratory nature to it, to the culture that is.
But I don't think you have to be seafaring in order to have that exploratory spirit. Like in Avatar, you had the two groups of people. You had the way of the water, and then the other ones that weren't able to navigate the water, but each one had a up on the other depending on, like, you can colonize and go inland, and the people who are seafarers weren't who they were in the water on land. It's just a different type of attribute or skill set.
But to SKC's point, the lore around sailing is still missing. Like, it's not there, right? Where are the maps? Where are the stories? You know, I mean, you should find a cave painting of a ship or something. Like, you should find some clue.
Hey, well, let me ask this, because I just looked this up. I thought it was kind of funny. What percentage of black people go on cruises a year? Nice cruise, you're getting taken care of, you're getting fed.
I mean, the
No
numbers
change.
are probably not recently, but it's probably a minority.
Probably 2 or 3%. Bunch of fat girls trying to get pregnant.
6%. They don't have it, dog. They don't.
And it's funny because I only see cruise every time I see videos of black people on a cruise, it'd be some wild nigga shit. Like not always a fight, but something cringe either way.
Here's my thing, bro. You got to go with the technology of the day. I'm giving y'all Africa because I got here late and I don't care about Africa. But the people who explored didn't explore to colonize necessarily originally. They were going through the Methuselan problem, so they needed food. They were going through religious oppression problems. They were Protestants, or whatever the case may be. They had a lot of reasons to leave. I don't know if they had more of an exploratory energy more than a fight or flight energy, and it was like, yo, we got to get up out of here. We can't win the fight. Anywhere but here is better than here.
Explain Cook.
Captain Cook was an explorer for real, but he wasn't necessarily a colonizer. He just traveled
Explain
around.
Magellan.
Magellan was an explorer.
Explain Percy Fawcett.
Percy ain't puzzle. I'm not totally familiar with. I know who.
Well, he's the guy who died trying to find the city of gold, El Dorado, as they call it. Like, that's why we know that story, because there was this one white guy who just said, "I gotta find this city."
Name.
Yeah, Percy Fawcett. They tried to make a movie out of him, The City of Z, or something like that. But I totally, I'm cutting you off with these examples to kind of shatter that illusion. Like, I think there is a definitive spirit, an intrepid spirit that not all people have.
Yo, why you in the picture like, "Hi guys, I'm here to colonize y'all"?
No. Actually, in this story here, he's like, "No, Lord, I do not want to go to the land of the darks. Yes, I will give you the power, and you shall go to the land of the dark." And then manifest destiny pushed him across the sea.
I think there's 3 different phases, though, bro.
Manifest destiny. Yo, we really rewriting history over here, man. I like this. I like this.
Y'all, Lord. But it's 3 different phases. The explorer. There's an exploratory group of every group.
That's great, dirty folk. Columbus lore. That's what we need to do. Columbus lore.
Columbus lore.
I got y'all. So there's an exploratory process, right? And that's what the black people like to talk about. We were there first, right? Cool. There's an exploratory element. Then there's a relocation element. Like, there is no conquering first. First, you negotiate. You got to test the waters. First, you send the missionaries. You send the white girls first to see what's popping. And then, if you like, yo, we can do it better, there's a negotiation phase. When negotiations break down, or you like, yo, fuck this piece of paper, then it's colonization. There's layers to it, but it's different people for every level to make your explorer, your colonizer. We talking about Fidel Castro, and he ain't really explore, but like the ride or die spirit would be something like that. Those are different people. It's different groups, but they all under the same moniker. They all under the same flag, but it's phases that may take decades, and sometimes, well, decades at least, years, sometimes decades to get to. I'll give you this, because I'm not a fan of the colors anyway. The exploratory spirit is killed within colors, which is why there's such a backlash on that buy boomer mantra now. The whole, you need to be sedentary, keep your head down, be afraid of everybody. That is a boomer thing. That wasn't even possible or popular the generation before. That's how you had the Great Migration, which is also an exploratory. I'm leaving the South and I'm gonna go up north, even though it's the same country. It's really a different nation.
Ain't going to the same sundown towns that he just left from the damn South. But go ahead.
I disagree on that comparison, because it's like moving within the borders of a well-established country to territory that you already know exists doesn't it doesn't meet the measure of the Vasco da Gamas and Hernandez Cortez and whatnot. And those guys are more conquistadors, which is a little different level to the exploration, but it's still valid. Like, wanting to go among these new native people with the specific intent of robbing and killing and all that, like, that's a whole nother level of base that niggas ain't really reached yet. That's like some Super Saiyan shit niggas ain't reached yet.
Unless we took over Antarctica or Atlantis, we got to find Atlantis in order to be in a place that has not been touched by somebody else and be like, yo, we're going to take over the fish people. Like, the world has been thoroughly colonized by now.
Yeah. So
so the die is cast. So when I make these observations, like, why are they off? You know?
No, to say
it's like where you had a whole bunch of other people that were going about and that were exploring. I'm not saying all people did that. Some didn't. Some were like the darks. And well, now it's like a monopoly. The property's already bought up.
But think of the Mississippi River. So we're talking seafarers in the sense of going from one established or one land to a completely other one. But what about going up a land and either being curious to engage, if we're talking about trade or what have you, with a group of people? But do you put that in the same category as this other type of exploration?
I mean, when you say the Mississippi, who went up the Mississippi in this context that you mentioned?
I'm saying that in the sense that there were people all up and down the Mississippi on a map. And at some point, the people at the top of the map could explore or deal with people at the bottom of the map. So at that point, is that the same type of...
But who actually did that, though? Think about who actually made that a thing. It wasn't really the natives either.
Are you looking for a group of people or a person?
It's just I'm just saying, like, who? Because the thing you're describing actually became a thing. I mean, Lois and Clark is the easiest reference point to that phenomena. I mean, that point in history, right? But like, when we're describing the intrepid spirit, and then we're saying that it seems that not all people have that. There are very many stories of the Vikings landing on American shores. Very, 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 very little in the opposite direction.
Yeah,
there's rumors, but I don't know if it was a real thing.
Like Newfoundland.
Yep, Newfoundland and Scotia and all the rest of them places up in north east.
Is David still there?
Yeah, David's still there. I had this comment on the screen. Let me just say this before you guys before you get into it with Dave. Greg McNeely says the Moors, Northern Africa, were excellent seafarers. Greg, listen, you my homie. I fucks with you. Black fist in the air. Even if you're a white guy, fuck it. Put your black fist in the air, white guy. All I'm saying is we don't really allow niggas to claim the Moors around these parts. It doesn't really work for me from a historical context. It's mythology. It's Negro mythology that we don't accept as actual factual argumentation. I just want to tell you that, Dave. Brother to brother. Anyway. SKC. Yeah, Dave is still here.
Yeah, I was just wondering because by happen chance I came across something, and I have to give this up to little young coon, my oldest. He was doing some research, and he was asking me. He said, "Dad, do you know about York?" And I said, "What are you talking about?" And he started telling me about the Lewis and Clark expedition, and apparently there was a black man that traveled with Lewis and Clark.
Yep.
In York, who was I would say a slave or a servant of, I think, Lewis or something like that. And so we were reading about this and going in the depth about it, and I get to this part where they in the journal where they start talking about how they met with other Indians and how many of the Indians were very much so intrigued with York, some stating that they had never seen such dark of a man. But yet there are many that state that they are aboriginal to the lands, and yet we have a record of Indians stating that they had never seen such a dark human being and they were intrigued by York.
Wasn't Paul Cuffey? Hey, wasn't Paul Cuffey around that same time doing that same trip? I'm trying to figure that out. Is York and Paul Cuffey the same nigga?
No, that was Paul Cuffey was I think before Lewis and Clark. And he was on the East Coast.
Okay. Okay.
Dave, are you
So I
still
know they
home?
need a translator.
Maybe Dave went to go.
Can you hear me? Oh man, my bad.
Okay.
I've been screaming. Yeah, I'm here. What's up? What's good? I didn't hear you.
Were you not listening?
I've been listening to all of this shit.
So
What's good?
apparently, according to written testimony from some actual Caucasian explorers and their black friend that they had along with them, the natives had never seen a man so dark before.
Yeah, you know, we copper color. When you see a plum purple motherfucker, goddamn. You know what I'm talking about?
No, I do not know what
Hey, all right, you ain't
I'm
never
talking about.
okay. Like there's two expressions like damn, niggas is everywhere. That shit didn't come from nowhere. You know what I'm saying? That's really what he saw when he hopped off the boat. And the second one is you black as night. So, you know, we copper colored. And so when they saw a plum purple motherfucker, they're like, damn, I've never seen a motherfucker as dark as you, even though he was lying because motherfuckers was trading already. And let me stop because you already know.
Well, I'll just read from it. It says there that York's presence often drew attention, especially in the more remote regions where tribes had limited or no prior contact to outsiders, let alone someone with African ancestry. Many Native Americans were fascinated by York's skin color, his strength, and his overall demeanor. For some tribes, he was seen as a figure of great respect, with some even believing that he had special spiritual or supernatural powers due to his unique appearance. There were documented instances where tribes requested to touch his skin to see if the color would come off, as they were genuinely curious and unfamiliar with the concept of having naturally dark skin.
That's
This
true.
is the
Let me
beginning.
find out.
Hold on,
They
hold on,
was
hold on. I
they
think
was
that's the beginning
fetishizing
of
old
where
New York. They
that's
was
the beginning.
fetishizing that nigga.
Oh, no.
That's the beginning of where the idea of melanin power comes from. Like there's power, there's magical power in your melanin.
That's very true on that writing, because at that point in time it was like fortress. You know what I'm saying? The Negro Empire. You know that's the beginning of the kickoff of the war, of the goddamn war. You know what I'm saying? Like that military shit, because you know that shit was built to spec. They knew they had the Moors. They traded on my Negroes, and you know they knew what to build for spec to make it across, so that they can stop the reinforcements and supplies. So,
Are there any maps of this Negro Empire?
huh? I've
Yeah,
been through it
really.
a lot, man. You late. Like I can't take this man's show and do the whole breakdown of it again.
No,
But
no,
yeah,
I just say no, just a quick link. Just a quick link to a map. Because I
Yeah,
know if a map exists, it's on the internet somewhere.
well, you got America, of course. We don't need the map of that.
No, I need a map that actually says this is the territories of the Negro Empire. Like I need something definitive. Don't just point to a map and then put your fingers on a part of the land and say it was here.
Oh, we could go on TikTok. They got the map on there. You know what I'm saying? The Americas supposedly. I mean, they alluding to the supposedly Americas that was ran by the Aboriginals and the Moors that was here. I mean, we go
I
on
mean, if you
TikTok.
have a TikTok link, I would accept your TikTok link as something.
Ready.
That's all
What
I'm saying. Like, give me something to go on. Like, don't
what do
just
you
hit me with the cool story, bro.
what do you want from TikTok?
I mean, we was kings.
So
No,
look,
I don't want anything from TikTok. I'm just
I
saying
don't know
that I would
what
accept
you want,
I
man.
would
I
accept
just told
whatever
you.
evidence you offer if you could offer some kind of
I
evidence.
just told you that makes 100% sense. The further you would go interior, the less you would know of an African, because all that trade was coastal. You know what I'm saying? Because it was fortress here. You know, there was the Black Alliance between the Negroes and the Africans. So
Well,
at the end of the day,
just for everybody to know, the Lewis and Clark expedition was between 1804 and 1806.
Dave, I feel like just
1804,
talking to you,
1806.
talking to you sometimes,
That's when they first started growing runts in what was they
Dave.
starting at? 1800s. Yeah,
Dave, I had to mute you for a minute because you're a little bit impervious at times. And it's okay. I get that about you. But Dave, talking to you,
yeah.
it tells me that colonization was righteous and necessary. Like every conversation with you, it reaffirms my belief in the ultimate
Nigga,
righteous
you ain't gonna
benefits of
run up on shit,
colonization.
nigga. You would be in the back of the fucking boat after
I'm
all
not
the
this.
bullshit.
Listen. No. I'm not saying I would colonize
I
you, my
know.
brother. No, not at all. That's
I know you
I'm
gonna be
saying
doing
that
shit.
I'm saying that your existence tells me that colonization was actually a good thing and it should continue.
Oh, so you saying you my op?
Oh my God, no, I'm not saying that at all. We
What
are
is
not
you saying,
ops.
nigga?
We are brothers in Christ, my
It
friend.
don't sound like it, motherfucker.
We are brothers in Christ, and I would hope Christ would colonize your spirit.
I do have a
Christ
side
fuck your
question,
spirit
and
up, nigga.
and maybe Dave and Dirty Folks could help me in this one. But I'm just wondering, is it a Chicago thing to always relate things to gangs and
You ain't gotta be no
and
gang
As a
member.
Negro
fellow
dealings?
Chicagoan, yes, and yes, we revert everything to
Yo, that's
friendship.
wild.
You ain't gotta
Like,
have. You ain't gotta be in the gang to have an op.
like,
Shit.
nah, it's like no, because we could be talking about like the trade winds, and you'll be like, yeah, because the GDs they be flying kites, and the BDs they be shooting the GDs kites down, and this you
Damn
can't
right.
lose the trade winds like that. So you gotta stay up on the trade winds. Like I swear to God.
Wait.
Now today that came up because you was saying that black folk don't know nothing about colonization. I was like, man, I beg to differ. How motherfuckers be taking over sets and warring for territory and shit over there. All we need is a goddamn. I keep telling y'all niggas, y'all ain't ready for it. I'm the only one that keeps saying we need our own aircraft carrier, strike group. Y'all niggas ain't ready for that type of talk. Y'all talking about that exploring shit.
You are absolutely correct. I am not
coveting the
ready.
white man's power.
Right. Listen, I am not ready for that. How would I build an aircraft carrier, sir? I'm not ready for that kind of talk. You're absolutely right.
Do you know
You
anybody
would have to respect your
that
black
can handle a
engineers coming
nuclear?
out of your HBCUs, and then you'd be able to do some shit like
Do
that.
you believe that
That's a
people
whole
coming out of
nother story.
HBCUs can handle a nuclear reactor?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
How many
answer your-
HBCUs graduate people who go on to have careers in like some kind of nuclear field, like producing nuclear energy or managing a nuclear plant or something to that effect?
Two of my classmates did. One went to NASA.
The story is slowly coming together. I think
To
it
answer your
begins kind of
question,
like
yes, everything relates to gangs in Chicago. However, the reason that Chicago has that gang energy, and I say this all the time, is because gang energy is tribal energy. So to say you don't explore, you don't advance, you don't try to take over other people's lands on a micro level, that's gang energy. On a slightly higher level, you put a cross or a ram on it, it's religious energy. It's still a cult. Everything's a cult until it's big enough to be a culture.
I'll
So
give you
yes,
one better. I'll give you one better. All three of our gang founders, Jeff Ford, Larry Hoover, and the king
All one.
himself, Barksdale, they all came from Mississippi, a small area in Mississippi. They seen Chicago, and three teenage boys took over the whole entire city of Chicago. That's colonization.
that is also true. They
okay.
ran that shit
Just another side question. Do you guys believe that all knowledge and history on planet Earth can be described?
Yes, it can be
via,
disseminated through
via
Chicago.
gangdom?
Yes.
And okay.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
a lot of knowledge.
The fact that every tribe and every gang all call themselves a nation. If we're talking about nation states, then yes, everything is a gang.
And you guys see you don't see where there are how that could be problematic.
No.
It's only problematic if you ain't part of it.
Hey, look, the mafia, nobody questioned the mafia or the mob when they did the actions. Nobody criticized when the 3Ks did their actions and everything. It's only when the black man want to go his tribe up, do months with his brethren, protect their neighborhoods, and spend some good old literature. That's when it become a problem.
Yeah, I could agree with your premise there, but I'm just wondering, does the mafia tend to try to explain knowledge through mob activities?
Yes, not only that, but they made it a cultural and a national thing that you have to be from Sicily, not even just Italy, in order to be a quote unquote made man. There is nobody that's not tribal that didn't make it. Just because your boomers and your bitches are against you does not mean that it's wrong. It's just impure because you include the wrong people.
Hey, Dirty and Mr. O, I had a question earlier, that observation earlier, and I wanted to run it through y'all because it was relating to certain things, and they just laughed it off. I remember in Russia when them I forget the name of that private military that took over that one city Bakhmut in Ukraine. And everybody was like, damn, you know what I'm saying? It was like this private army took it over, and I was, as soon as it happened in my head, I'm like, y'all setting a dangerous precedence, because in my head, I'm looking like they're gonna put a stop to that shit real quick. And they did, because it sends the wrong message to niggas like, wait a minute, if we
That's
just
not
click,
why they stopped it.
if we
I
just
know who you're
click up,
talking
we
about.
could fuck around and turn into a private army and take over
No,
shit.
that's not why they stopped it. That wasn't the problem. The problem was not him taking over Ukraine. The problem is he tried to usurp Putin.
Yeah.
That was Putin's
I know
order.
that part. I know that part.
So he didn't
So
get
you
to
guys
lead
don't
it.
think that any points of nuance are missing in the
No.
gang
No.
viewpoint?
No.
No, I
You
don't
can't
think so.
you can't tell me the explorer period, the explorer spirit, the colonizing spirit, and not say these weren't some broke motherfuckers from Europe who ain't
Real
had
talk.
shit else going on. They had one merchant say, yo, go over there, some money over there. They
Some
had to
fame and
bribe
fortune, my
women
nigga.
to come to America. They had to tell women, look, the life expectancy only 6 years. You go out there and marry somebody, he gonna die, you'll get his house. That was the first alimony, hoping that your husband died. They had to bribe the women to give them some pussy. No, it's no difference. None.
There's no difference.
There's no in the spirit. You're talking about the
Come on,
spirit of
FKC,
colonization.
talk
No
shit
difference.
about Dirty like you was doing me, saying the same
Nah,
shit.
I think there seems to be a very different spirit. It can't be same. There's not really a simpatico situation here.
I hear
Yeah,
you, Dirty.
the
That's
story
exactly
is,
what
is
I
slowly
said. They was
coming
like, what
together.
the
I
fuck are
think
you
he was
talking about?
a humble man who did not want the power, and then he was given the power, and the power compelled him to cross the seas. And then when he finally came across the seas with this knowledge, bang, he was a new man.
Or no prophet is respected in his own home, so
You
you can
got
leave
that.
New York and move to LA and you'll be the man in LA. There's a story about a guy from New Jersey.
Listen, you get the colonizer glow up though. It's real. The colonizer glow up is a real thing.
The colonizer glow up is real, but it happens anytime you drive 45 minutes outside of the place of your birth.
Swear to God.
No,
There's a
it's not. That's not the same.
Right. No. Again, you guys keep mistaking leaving your town for another town for leaving civilization to bring civilization to the savages. And
that
I
is
don't
not
think
what
you
they
can
did.
relate these two things.
That is not what they did. They
That's
brought
not what they
comfort.
did, bro.
They
brought
did not.
You forgetting about
What are you
supply
saying?
lines,
Hold on,
bro.
First of all, hold on. Let me just try to build an understanding. What are you saying they did?
I'm saying that they went there on some fame and fortune shit. You acting like they went there and had to build. You forgetting about supply lines. It ain't like when the motherfuckers landed, wasn't other ships coming to reinforce and all this other type of shit. You know
There
what I'm
actually
saying? This
weren't
shit is
for the moment.
military fame and fortune, bro.
The
This
very
shit ain't
first,
nothing to do with
there was no
military
guarantee of
stuff.
reinforcement. What do you mean?
He
It's on
said
some
fame
gang
and
bang and get
fortune.
down to lay
But
down.
what they did
But
was wrong.
that's the whole point that I think that you guys are missing out on is the initial runs that took place were not for fame and fortune. First, you had to even see if there was anything out there. Nobody knew.
According
Okay, bro.
to their history,
So,
no. Wait, because
no,
you're
man,
going to explain it wrong. You're going to misrepresent
they making
Chicago,
this
bro,
shit
and I'll be
up.
mad.
Because if I tell
Look,
them that all these things was they had to go
no,
and get money to
no.
do it, and the only reason that they got sponsored was in hopes of fame and fortune.
Okay. It wasn't even that. It was in fear. It was fucking cowardice because the Chinese had the Silk Road on lock so hard that a dude from Portugal, like I ain't rocking with you like. I mean, a dude from Italy was I ain't rocking with you like that. He had to go to Portugal, and it was like, I will give you a boat.
Yeah.
And to the point that he mischaracterized the people because he thought he was in India. He had no idea where he was going. He was lost in space, and then
Fucking
said, "Oh, it's
illiterate.
good here," because he's the explorer.
There's a lot.
According
There's
to
a
their
lot missing
story,
in that.
this is their story.
He was trying to get
There's a lot missing in that because
That's fine, but it's their
way
story.
before
You want to bastardize the gang story, but uphold the Spanish story. I will not let you do that. Their
well,
story is this
what I'm
motherfucker
saying
was
what I'm
lost.
saying is
This nigga was
before
Gilligan.
Columbus existed
There was
in
not.
Portugal and also in Spain, they
This
had
nigga was
already
Gilligan.
sailed. They had already sailed, did the impossible sail, which is go around the Horn of Africa. Nobody had ever done that before.
But you
They
can
had a
still see
seafaring
land.
nation that were full of explorers and so forth for generations.
You can't tell me that it's not exploration if I leave Chicago and take over South Dakota because they have roads, but then tell me the trade winds and the fact I can see the shore.
They
It looks
already
like
have roads. What do you mean?
No,
They already got
no.
roads.
I understand that. And it was
You know how much of a
you
luxury it is to go to a place?
you can't colonize a place with which you share the same language, religion, economic system, and
I'm cool with that.
history.
I know I'm cool with that part. I'm telling you that you can't tell me I can see Africa. I'm going down the coast of Africa, not close enough to get robbed by barons and pirates, but I can see it. I'm not in the middle of nowhere with a compass. I can see it, and I navigated what I could see. And I traced it, I tracked it, I graphed it.
And this
Wow.
is
You don't
and this
even
is
know
what I'm
the
saying. This is what I'm
significance of
saying,
it. That's
Dirty. This is
crazy.
what I'm saying.
No, I see the significance.
If you've ever been in a boat that does not have a motor, you would understand how difficult a feat what you're talking about is.
Right. That is some of the most dangerous water in the known, I mean, in the world, because the world wasn't really known at that point. No, yes, the Horn of Africa, sailing the Horn of Africa is some of the most dangerous water in the world. And so never actually crossing that was a thing. And then not only that, because no one's actually done it, from your perspective, from your country's, your society's perspective, you do not know what happens once you get around there. So now you've opened up the world. You've opened up another chapter of your country's like knowledge. And so it was a wild thing. And you know, you're trying to compare that to going to fucking like Sioux Falls.
Yeah,
No.
and even
That's
the mode,
Sioux Falls.
of
No,
travel
I'm not going.
to
Look, I'm not talking about
actually
level of difficulty.
actually be out on the water and then have this huge ocean that you cannot control, and then gust of wind that you cannot control.
You're not going to make heroes
And
out of
other
pirates.
pirates.
Then to try to make that seem
Fuck this.
akin
That's what they want to do.
getting in a
They wanna make
vehicle and driving down a road.
I'm not
Come
going to
on,
let you
that's
guys
ridiculous.
lionize and make heroes out of paupers.
Those guys are heroes.
No, they were poor.
Bro, you compare they were sailors. It doesn't even matter if they had money. They were fucking like, oh my god. You see what I mean? This is bro, this is exactly the point I brought up when I was saying like niggas don't even understand the burden of empire.
No, you're not gonna do that. You're not.
How you gonna say niggas don't understand the burden of empire? You have never
not these
you've never
people.
been around a black man that got more security than the president.
Wait. The sailors were sponsored by Nike. The sailors did a dangerous
riding
job.
down the road in a Cadillac, it has no comparison to being out on the open seas.
That's their job. It has no comparison.
So you saying World War II Germany?
No, I'm not talking about no World War II. You talking that's a I'm even giving that away, and that is a powered engine. And I'm gonna call you both of you guys out. Both of you have no idea the power of the sea with no motor or anything, just a man, the boat,
like, bro,
an oar and some sails. You guys have no concept
He
of
the
that
only
power.
one that ever took a fucking rowing class or went out bass fishing or did anything. Or
oh my god,
nigga,
yo, it's coming off like, bro. Like it's like we're describing an alien world to you guys.
Not
how the world works.
Seas of mercury, mountains of iron.
No, this is what it sounds like.
But
Didn't I tell you Columbus was like an alien on spaceship, bro? Didn't I tell you? I told you Columbus was like a fucking guy on a spaceship compared to those guys, because people don't even understand all the little intricacies of just how dangerous it is to go from one continent to the next. Even on the Atlantic, where the wind is kind of helping you a little bit, like even that, it was dangerous in itself. And people don't really fathom what everything that goes into just building the ship, all the thousands of years of culture that it takes to get that ship built.
Hold on.
Taking away
Who on
from
the
the
panel?
science and the
Who
technology.
on the panel has been like at least 5 miles offshore in a small boat?
I have.
Yeah,
On a small boat.
I don't know, man.
I'm about a cruise ship.
Freeman, I'm talking
too.
no engines.
It's ridiculous
I've been
too.
on plenty
Just
of
don't
boats
have a
with no
clue.
engine.
You don't have a clue how powerful the sea is.
Okay,
Yo, even with engines, you only got so
even
much.
with
Yeah, we know how powerful a
you
lake
only got
is,
so
bro. We
much
right
like
near
in that
Lake
small
Michigan.
boat.
We don't like Michigan, man. Look,
Oh,
here's
Yeah,
what
but
Don't
5
Lake
miles
Michigan.
in
No,
the
no.
ocean.
You are not
5
going to
miles in the
purify
ocean.
yourself in the waters of Lake Minnetonka in this fucking conversation. We are
actions of
talking about the
5
ocean,
miles out.
nigga.
No. What you're not going to do is you're not going to tell me. And there's a lot of dangerous jobs. You're giving me the dangerous jobs on the Bravo channel, and I'm giving you credit for that. But they were not. Look,
Yeah,
I would
but
never be a
dirty.
fracker. To be
Dirty.
fracking is dangerous.
This is a dangerous job before you even knew what the hell. Like before other people navigated that dangerous job before you.
But you didn't just go straight from the crib and do the dangerous job. You had already done the English channel. You had already done other things. They
Yeah, but guess
already were
what?
navigators. That was a fucking job.
It's
You
the
want me to give
scale
you
of it.
credit for doing your
It's the scale
job?
of it, though. This is like the first parajumper.
Going
This is like the first
around
parajumper.
the
The
largest
danger.
continent on planet Earth.
Yeah, this is like the first parajumper or whatever. The first person to jump out of the damn airplane with a parachute.
Okay,
Okay,
in
what are we
theory,
talking
you
about?
think
The
it works?
English Channel in comparison to circumventing the largest continent on
No,
planet
I'm
Earth?
saying that they already knew their craft. All they did was expanded their craft. They became the Michael Jordan of their craft.
Yeah,
Michael basketball. He
I
was
mean, yo, that's wild. That's wild, Dirty.
They
It's like,
already
yo,
had a
it's
craft. They didn't build it.
yeah, but it's that much more dangerous.
Bro,
You don't know.
months of supplies, disease. Freaking, are you kidding me?
No.
They circumvented on the boat because of the disease. They couldn't go by foot.
They could not possibly stock enough stuff on the boat. They had to periodically go on land
What the fuck
and
is
then
that?
restock and find items to keep themselves alive.
I don't give a fuck about their lore. If I got a pistol and a couple of dollars, if I got some shooters,
Right.
I'm
If we
colonizer.
got that, we can do some shit. I feel you.
Y'all want to go all the way back to uncharted lands. There are no uncharted lands. Right now is get down and lay down. And they wouldn't even know get down and lay down when they were explorers. I'm not
You
taking
really
anything
trying
away
to
from-
compare the hold on, dirty.
They was
You
on
really
Trade My
you really
Feathers.
tried to compare this
Corn
to trapping
shit.
out the bando, driving your
No,
Cadillac
yeah.
to a small town in the Midwest. You really trying to
Nah, I'm
compare
not
these
doing
two
that, bro.
things?
That's no
I mean,
shit.
it's kind of like it is the same. I mean, me and Dirty, you don't forgot where me and Dirty come from.
I'm not making
Like
that
I
comparison
listen,
in
I
other states.
understand like you related to that because it's real to your life. But now that I'm trying to explain to you how it's worlds apart. It's alien. It's like Saturn and Jupiter, right? These two totally different planets. They don't even touch. And you're fighting me on this shit, bro.
I'm not fighting you.
We understand the nautical. We understand the nautical. What's the name? Depth of this shit.
We're talking about the 1800s world. Like this is like a more harsher environment.
That's the
Like
technology of today.
civilization hasn't
Right.
like come up with all these like creature comforts to
Bro,
make
like
things
how do
easy.
you even stay
Comfort of their
warm?
day.
How
That
do
ain't
you
no
even stay
bamboo boat. That's
warm?
the creature comfort of their day.
How
That's
do
the
you even
cruise ship
stay
of their
warm?
day.
That's horseshit. There was no such thing as a cruise ship. They
Of
froze their
their
fucking
day.
asses off. No,
Of
no,
their-
there is no. See that dude calling it a cruise ship only demonstrates the lack of.
Now you mad I called it a cruise ship. I could have called it a tugboat. That's arbitrary what kind of boat I called it. It's the
I'm almost
technology of their
positive cruise
day.
ships don't take that path. You'd be retarded.
No, cruise
A
ship wouldn't
man
take
used
that path.
Even in
technology of
that,
their day
it's
to
like
explore their day is their
even in
day.
that to even make that comparison, it's like even with the boat that you have on screen, conservative, the men are not doing the work to get through the water. It's like in the previous boats, the rain, sleet, snow, whatever, the men had to be out there to make sure that this boat is going in the direction that they needed it to go, or else they were going to die.
Hey, somebody got some static. Like they washing dishes.
They couldn't just go underneath the deck and then hope everything was going to work out.
Well, here's the thing.
They could capsize.
They couldn't even do it without the Strait of Magellan. Going around the actual Horn and going in that sea was almost certain death. Right? So they had to find the Strait of Magellan to actually circumnavigate safely.
Yeah.
Not because the trade winds, dummy.
Yeah, it is, bro.
It's the fucking depth of the ocean, the fact that the currents are mixing. God, you're just so ignorant. Jesus Christ.
God damn, y'all better than the damn History Channel right now.
You saying the trade winds ain't deadly over the Horn of Africa?
They keep conflating the
That
conversation.
shit, man. I'm tired of these.
Nah, bro. This is exactly why when I started down this conversation, when Dave was the first guy on the panel, I said I do not want you to drag this down to Chicago. And no matter what, we're in the Horn of Africa, and you niggas don't want to get out of Chicago. Like, we're really trying to sail the Horn of Africa, and you can't do. You just keep getting stuck in Chicago, and it's killing me.
No. Check it out.
Well, because the Powell stays on 63rd. That's why.
I'm not here to horn with you. Here's my thing. The technology of the day, the men of the day, with the motivations they had of the day, conquered great things. I'm not saying they're great men though. They're workers. They needed a job. Everybody on that boat, if they didn't have a family at the crib they had to feed, they wouldn't be there. The people who funded it.
No, the captain would stand out differently. That's the one guy I think you can't really put that on because the captain has to, he's the major responsible guy. The rest of the crew, the captain and the first mate is a little different. The rest of the crew, I'll grant you that one, Dirty.
So what we searching for?
Even that, how many motherfuckers have family?
Wait.
How many explorers, not knowing what the future holds, actually have family?
Hey, none of them had no damn families, dog. All of them motherfuckers was buccaneers and shit like that.
Man, they have family. They didn't get gonorrhea from nowhere. Look, so the whole thing is you're talking about the explorers. The explorers are not the conquerors. The explorers are called the explorers for a reason. The Lewis and Clarks are the Lewis and Clarks for a reason. They're not the people that did the Manifest Destiny. They're just the people that showed you the route. What I am saying is that, man, regardless of, unless we're taking over the fish people in Atlantis, unless we're going to go to war with whoever you like, Aquaman or Namor, whichever, Marvel or DC, there is no place that has not been seen. And there's no time in which I have to be on that stupid ass boat because they got helicopters right now for $17,000. I'll hop on a copter. But that's the technology.
Lewis and Clark was more like spies, bro, more than necessarily explorers. They were more like spies, bro.
Where do you land the helicopter?
Why can't we hop on our aircraft carrier we built with destroyers and subs and shit? Like, dog, you talking about colonization?
It seems like they keep talking about all of these things and basing it off of stuff that people have already built.
Yo, but even at that, what's the last aircraft carrier the United States built? What year?
Contact Africans had with Negroes or anybody was on goddamn Columbus. That shit was going on for thousands.
What was the last aircraft carrier that America built? It's probably in the 90s.
What do you mean? We got a whole new version, nigga. I think I don't want.
Yeah, but when's the last one? Like early 2000s?
No,
it's not like America's capabilities are like.
Shut the fuck up and listen. We have a whole new series.
I need to shut the fuck up and listen.
The newest one was 3 years ago, bro. And we got 6 more coming. The Chinese just finished their Type 003 Fujian, and it's causing problems for everybody because they skipped a step in generations and went straight to electronic emails, magnetic catapults. This shit real, and they finna miniaturize. They finna make the next one nuclear. They did the Type 076 amphibious assault shit.
The white man is building stuff.
We just need a few engineers from a HBCU.
Real talk and some bread, dog.
This is why China is colonizing Africa right now, and they'll never apologize for it. You'll never get them to feel guilty about the slavery they about to run.
Wait, no, whoa.
I was trying to colonize Africa.
Wait, whoa, no, wait, Dave. It just switched again. You ain't catch the switch. We went from exploring to colonizing because Africa already exists. I have no problem with China colonizing Africa, by the way. And the China not even white, so it's not the white man. It's just motherfuckers who want to go get it. That is Chicago shit. China's Chicago shit. We're gonna go to this new place. We're gonna give them a couple of dollars. That's the BD way. It's a BD on
Yeah.
You damn right. You damn right. Black, you damn right. Fuck.
Hey,
You,
Hood,
you,
when
you
I went
niggas
to
ain't right, man. You niggas ain't right. I just swear to God, man, it's
You
not
know,
right.
Hey, Jay-Z,
His
what
you
Jay-Z
know,
saying that song, See a
when you
Small
go over
Town?
Hold on for a second. SKC, you were trying to get my attention. Hold on. What
Yeah,
we
I was
say?
saying, his server. You know, way back in the day, we first started having these conversations, and then I don't know if you did it, but I know I did, and you go over and you look at argumentation, and when people start using all sorts of the fallacies and so forth, and one that always stood out to me was oversimplification.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna shut up for quite a while because I am fascinated with how you guys will continue to try to take the quote unquote deep seated knowledge of gang culture and to place that over all other knowledge that has ever been on planet Earth.
Let me
and
do that
No,
for
no,
you.
no. I'll make
I've
it
been
easy for
doing
that.
this on
Good
purpose.
conservative. What city are you from?
He ain't gonna say that. Don't even worry
Hood.
about
What
it.
city are
He
you
ain't
from?
from Chicago, man. So
No, he's not from
Brooklyn,
Chicago.
from New
I know
York
exactly.
City. I'm from
You
Brooklyn,
from where?
bro.
I'm sorry.
From New
you from
York.
Brooklyn and you
From New York
talking
City.
like
Okay.
this?
What was wait, be quiet. Before it was called New York City, what was it called?
I don't know. New Amsterdam. I don't know.
Exactly. So the niggas from
New
Amsterdam,
Amsterdam.
they were named New Amsterdam, and the niggas from York was like, "Yo, fuck that. We gonna take Amsterdam shit. It's New York." So they left they Chicago and made the new Chicago. But you talking about Chicago niggas taking over shit? No, I will not. I will not let you.
Dude, what the hell did we?
Matter of
I
fact,
feel
we
like
will
somebody
text the
just
shit out of
cast a
y'all in New
spell on me.
Chicago.
Hold on. I feel like somebody just cast a spell on me. Start that whole thing from the beginning.
This is how tribal works. I take your shit, now it's my shit. Put my flag on.
How does this major geopolitical event between national players at the time relate to like Chicago gang player shit?
Okay, let me explain.
Hold on. No. Sorry, Dave. Apologies. I'm responding to Dirty Flows because he just cast a spell on me.
For me, with the new Chicago, and
Dave.
We'll give you a discount on
Dave. I was asking Dirty.
I'm sorry. Please repeat the question.
No, all I asked you to do was to slow that down and explain to me how that and explain to me how it connects to some Chicago like gang culture expansion.
Okay. You take the technology of the day and the things that they learned during the course of their journey. For instance, fractional banking or compounded banking is Dutch because the Dutch had the boats to go over there to Madagascar and they couldn't make it back. So they had warships and everything. They were their own little mini nation on boats, getting herbs and spices, right? And they learned the reason that we have stocks now is because people in Dutch countries invested in buying these big boats after, 100 years after it was shown to be lucrative. It was a process. It went from small trading ships to huge ships to people investing in those ships and becoming part owners of whatever cargo they brought back. This is how we got stocks. This is how you fund it. It came from a place. Then you say, yo, we're gonna explore, expand. Yo, that motherfucker Americano Vespucci found some shit because it wasn't Columbus. Vespucci found some shit. Cool. What they got over there? I bet. Look, we gonna fund this. We gonna pay you well. This is gonna be the best job. It's gonna be like working in a mine, right? This is the best job you can get. Man, you're gonna go over there. You're gonna get this work. You're gonna bring it back. You know what I'm saying? Now we got Panama cocaine. We don't worry about that.
for them to flip.
So everything was about the flip. The people who explored were workers. The people behind it were the sponsors. Now my problem was you were mixing the explorers, which are the workers, with the niggas with the connect, which is the sponsors. Because if I got a key, I'm not working the block. But everything comes back to the same process. You get there the same way based on the technology and the needs of the day. Were they great men? Yes, they were. Are we great men? Now, if y'all talking about the past, what we doing in the next 14 years? Everybody has their hero's journey.
Almighty.
No, not almighty at all. But No wonder you don't know shit, Dave. You're white, so that's crazy. Anyway, but that's all it comes down to, bro.
All is
You
one
gotta
over here, bro.
on your time of history and move accordingly.
So the question
Angry
is,
Snowman, I hadn't even noticed you were
is
on
it
this
in you?
panel. Hold on. Give me a second, Dave. Snowman, mic check, Snowman, because you are suspiciously quiet today, and then I find that odd. How long have you been here quietly observing this? Because this is frustrating for me, but I'm the host. I have to talk.
Token white boy.
I've been here for a hot minute. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, man.
And how
What
much
are you
about
thinking?
colonization?
Hood.
Hold on, guys, hold on. I'm trying to ask Snowman some questions. I kind of want to open up the floor a little bit more.
Well, I wanted to tell you that earlier when you was talking to Dirty about, how, well, all three of them actually, about how that everything, they can't get out of Chicago. I just wanted to point out that when I went and picked him up and took him to Milwaukee, it was almost like I abducted this motherfucker. All right.
You did abduct me.
In a tornado. Shut up. It ain't your turn.
But you did. You're a kidnapper.
Shut up.
Respect the white man's time, please. Thank you.
This motherfucker started having a panic attack on the fucking interstate going out of Chicago into Milwaukee, dude. We weren't even out of Chicago yet. He's having a panic attack. You need to slow the fuck down.
I believe it.
Dude, you need to slow down. You're doing 80 mile an hour on an 8-lane
85 in a tornado in a family van. Yes. Yes.
No, sir, that's not a family van. That is a fucking Dodge Caravan. Full size.
Wait. Hold on. Explain that one more time, please.
He was doing 85, 90 miles an hour on a slick road doing a tornado in a family van.
Okay, so he was on land in a vehicle in a storm going 80 miles per hour. The guys that's on a boat hitting hurricanes in an ocean.
Hey man, you ain't never had to navigate a hydroplane
and counter currents and so forth with no power at all. That's nothing.
Okay. No. Here's
Here's
a combat to that. No. Here's a combat to that. No. Because that was a good parry. No, that was a good parry. But here's my parry. It wasn't my car. I wasn't driving. He wasn't scared. It's his vehicle. He knows his vehicle. He was driving. It's not my vehicle. I don't know how his brakes work. I'm not driving first time in the car. First time with him. So I don't know if this motherfucker suicidal from the trailer park.
Was it their boat?
Imagine the guy. All he does is clean up and make food.
Nah, this motherfucker acted like I came and kidnapped him from fucking Chicago and was taking him to a slave auction.
Nah, I would have been cool with that. No.
For real. It was a lot.
These people hitting waves that are the size of the Empire State Building, and he talking about going down a road in a hurricane.
SKC, what do we start out today? Niggas haven't even begun to fathom the responsibility of empire, bro. Like I'm telling you, this is some real shit. It's a developmental thing. We need this as bro. We have to grow.
As a driver and a passenger are two different things. Nah, I'm not going. It's still on the block.
Don't tell me I don't.
Hey, Hood, you remember that part in Vikings where Ragnar takes his son for the first time in the boat, and they hit that storm, and and the only recourse that the men have is lower the sails and tie yourself in. That's it.
Tie yourself to the boat. Hope this motherfucker don't flip over. And just tie yourself to the boat, and then the storm will pass eventually. And then after the storm is over, whoever's alive, we'll figure it out. We'll talk after this. Whoever's alive, we'll talk.
No. Because everybody in this chat is over 30 years old.
Dirty, you would never make it as a Viking. You do not have the explorer spirit.
No, because I'm not a Viking. I'm a goddamn colonizer. Look.
Yeah, but
No. No,
You
even
can't
that.
you
If you're
can't
like,
colonize if
having
you
a
don't have a Viking spirit, though. This is kind of
whoa,
what I got
whoa,
into in the
whoa, whoa,
beginning.
whoa,
Like,
man, look,
listen, if we
no,
was kings, we can colonize, but we can't colonize if we don't have that aggressive, intrepid spirit. Like, I don't even know what's over there, but I know I'm gonna conquer them niggas.
and
Yeah,
that's
but
fine.
think about it though.
No,
If
no,
you're
no,
more,
no.
if you got to tie down or moor this boat while it's like doing its thing during the middle of this storm, that alone can make you die. I got people that worked offshore for a while that seen people get cut in half.
Man, I
That's
could
the
die.
least of your worries. That's the least of your worries. But it's more. It was like if you were at sea in the middle of a storm, the likelihood of you dying was much higher than on an oil rig today. That's what I'm saying.
Man, try to walk down 79 from end to end and then tell me about risk. The fuck?
Hold on, wait.
Yo, the chat said you had a panic attack on your way out of town, bro.
Nah, wait.
He did, man. This motherfucker.
No. Wait. I gave Snow. Wait.
He had a full blown schizophrenic panic attack at that.
Nigga turned to Tony Soprano.
Wait, no.
Dude. It was funny, man. I was laughing. It reminded me of when I was driving a cab, man, and I'd be
That's how I feel going to Indiana.
No. Look, okay, check this out. If I'm driving, everybody in here has driven through storms and tornadoes and all types, and they car.
There was no rain coming down when we were on the highway. It was just, dude, it was just a wet road that was drying off. And you were
nah, that's not true. But for instance, for I've been to Jamaica,
like I sat there and started fucking.
No. I'm gonna let you rock that, man. Like in Jamaica, I was legitimately scared. You had to go to Jamaica, and they had to drive on an actual mountain cliff, and they don't have no bars or nothing, and they doing like 95 on a 1-lane road.
Yeah.
Like Jamaica driving is crazy.
Like when you go on Lake Tahoe and they be zooming around the edge of that goddamn mountain like some maniacs and shit.
Look, this guy started sweating more and more the farther we got away from his neighborhood.
Wow.
I'm just saying.
Yo, you just got all you gotta do is put some respect on the ancient explorers' names, bro.
No.
They not like Chicago hustler niggas, bro. Chill. Stop doing that.
They were built different.
Way different.
No, sir, I did not have a panic attack coming into Chicago. The only thing I didn't like about Chicago is people don't know how to fucking drive there, for one.
Right.
It's like
most people have a panic attack on the way in, not the way out.
Right. And they had, and on their side roads, they have these fucking speed bumps strategically hidden in the road on all the side roads.
Hey, how dirty you having a panic attack, man? Didn't you live like most of your life on the run?
Motherfuckers just freestyling life. I was not having a panic attack.
Dude, this motherfucker was sitting over there with a brown paper bag huffing in the motherfucker so he could breathe right.
Nah. The only reason I'm even going in on this is because of the ridiculousness of the insertion, and you keep like doubling and tripling. I don't even know what level we on after quadruple. Like we done went 8 turns past quadruple now. How do you even say that now? But you just keep just putting down on this idea, and it's cracking me the fuck up. Like, bro.
Okay, so I will come out and just say what needs to be said on this. And I don't. Those explorers and guys that were sailors of old and so forth, they were much harder than any of the quote unquote gangsters that you guys are talking about in Chicago.
Okay. Every generation is harder than the generation before. We all get softer with technology. I grant you that. I'm not as tough as my grandparents were, and
they were able to do and to confront things that most in the hood would never have the gall to do it.
Let's put it like this: Magellan couldn't avoid no 30 popper.
You see this, bro?
What?
That pride, man. That pride get in the way.
No, it's not even a pride thing.
Look at him. Man, fuck Magellan. That nigga pussy. That nigga pussy.
This is pride and negritude, free zone. That's all it is. Pride and negritude.
No, here's the thing. No, I'm not gonna say that those people were not hardened men. I'm not granting that. And when I talk about Chicago, I talk about Chicago politics. I ain't thinking about this white man trying to make me a hood nigga like y'all ain't heard my stories from all around the east and all around the world. I travel all the fucking time. But on trouble with kidnappers in a fucking van with no window. He did have windows. I give him that.
Oh, he
Like,
did. I was about to ask you that. He had windows.
but it was a white van with two windows going out of town with the clothes on my back just because it
Hey,
started
going to
raining.
Milwaukee. He ain't going to Milwaukee. That's what's the name? Jeffrey Dahmer land. You know what I'm saying?
I
So I
ain't get
trying
out
to feel you.
It's a bunch of Section 8 bitches from Chicago and Milwaukee. I ain't tripping on that part. I ain't scared of Milwaukee. He left a
That
lot out. We was eating a pizza and then a tornado came. And he was like, fuck it, let's go to Milwaukee. Nigga, I got on a t-shirt. You know what I'm saying? Like the whole city went black. I couldn't get to the crib, nothing. Trees was falling, speed buses everywhere. And this
I
motherfucker
thought,
sitting up on
I
the
thought,
expressway. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, we
I
going to
thought,
Milwaukee. It was a
dude,
kidnap.
dude, you're right. You know
Conservatives,
what?
a long time ago, when I was at school, I had a professor that was kind of similar to this guy on screen, and I recall one time seeing him kind of look like this, and he was looking at a group that was sitting on a yard, and they were talking about all sorts of Afrocentric stuff, and I just kind of observed him, and he had that same kind of white man look.
Man, fuck that nigga.
And I'm quite reminded of that look right now.
I want to say something about him. Not you, SKC, but that dude you talking about. But I don't want to be disrespectful.
Yeah, y'all niggas kind of wilding right now, man.
Bro,
High
I'm
key.
amazed.
It's like,
I'm really
What are
amazed.
you
like yo,
amazed?
do you know how many failed attempts there were to get to America before it was discovered? Do you know how many? Do you
None, because the Moors showed Columbus. The Moors already knew because trade been
I'm not
happening
even going with the Moor shit.
amongst
The Moors
African
is just the
goddamn
niggas rolling
Americans
with some
forever.
Oh
Spanish.
my
But
god.
What you
Moors
talking
had
about?
jobs
Nigga,
too.
all they had to do is make a canoe out of a tree, sail across a little pond, and they were here.
Do I have to?
Yeah, they're on a pontoon boat.
Let me explain to you exactly what those ships were and the
And your
reason
point
for
of
it.
reference is like, yeah, I knew this nigga from 129th Street, and he took like 3 ounces down in Nebraska, and he like a millionaire now, bro. Like that's your point of reference, bro. That shit is amazing. I
No, that
can't
ain't the
believe.
And that's what I was talking about earlier with this whole idea about the timeline within the Negro mind. People don't grasp that the Moors had no link to Columbus whatsoever. I mean, they had long been expelled from Spain before Columbus was even born.
I don't know about that part, but okay.
dog. I'm talking about the eons of fucking trade between. Okay, let's. I guess we got to ask this question: Was the first contact between the eastern side of the Atlantic and the people of the eastern side of the Atlantic and the people of the western side of the Atlantic, was Columbus the first one? That's essentially what we're getting at.
Well, technically, according to the history I know, Columbus wasn't the first one here. The Eric the Red was.
Say that
How
name
come we
again.
still
Yeah,
getting months?
he wasn't the first.
About to say let this white man talk his mixed shit. Y'all ain't say shit like white man, right? Nah, fuck them Irish motherfuckers. Look, you,
Oh, fuck you, dude. You were
Dude,
the
we
same
just
fucking
started
Congress.
questioning him. Hold on. Yeah, don't accuse me of giving him an easy go. And I just asked the question, like, who is this guy you're talking about? I don't even know the name you just said.
Eric the Red.
it was a white.
He was. They think he was one of the first Vikings that was up in the Canadian part of North America.
Oh, Eric the Red. Well, yeah. There's some evidence that the Vikings were actually in the Americas a long time ago, though. It's kind of indisputable at this point.
Yeah, they found a bunch of like rune artifacts with Viking runes and stuff on it, like up in the Minnesotas and shit.
But even in that, I think that's where some of the I would say the conflation begins, because
Hold on, Andre's
I
right.
don't remember any of the history books stating that Columbus stated that he was the first person in America or in the Americas. The only thing it stated was that he discovered it for his country and for and for Europe. The
Oh, okay,
Western.
yeah, yeah.
And then to be
Hey, you gotta
fair,
say that shit.
you get credit for opening up like trade with a new territory, regardless if there are people living there. Like Europe didn't know that shit was popping like that. They didn't even know there was a thing down there. So like try to
Exactly.
like take away from his achievement is like a modern thing. I don't really appreciate.
Yeah,
And
it
now
was
that y'all all
discovered.
agree
It
on
was
that, I
discovered
disagree with
for
that
his group
statement.
of
Europe
people.
knew about over there before also. Like this shit was common knowledge. The reason
It
why
wasn't all
Okay,
that
Columbus,
common.
where's the link, David?
the reason, let me just finish this statement and then I'll go do all my research for you and start posting links. The
Oh, so you're making
reason,
statements before you do research.
I just want to
Jesus.
say this one thing, it's just one sentence. The significant, y'all ain't said it, I waited to the end. The significance of Columbus, it's not about culture or anything like that. It's literally military. That is a military designed ship to outflank forces, bro. And the only way they could do that shit was to be able to go in a straight line across. Now let me go get off.
Dave, I hate that. I'm gonna be gentle, even probably more gentle than I should, because we're all grown men here. But none of the words made any sense in any context that I could imagine them.
Okay,
Please
okay.
stop. Nothing you said makes any sense whatsoever. In any, I can't imagine what that means.
That shit.
Wasn't the Santa Maria?
Assumption is first. We already answered it. That was the first question I asked. Was he the first person to even find out about America? Everybody said no, and then you all honed in on the exact thing. It said,
And then you're talking about military ships and flanking.
yes,
Right.
Because
And then you're starting with a false premise because nobody stated. I don't know any country that has ever stated that whoever that Columbus was the first person in America.
Well, not to mention, you got to take into account that all these other prior explorers, if you look at where all these other explorers landed, they all landed in different spots of North and Central America.
Yeah, nobody makes that claim, so I don't understand where that claim even comes from. How can you say we were the first here, but then we found people here?
No. What I'm saying is I'm gonna say it the same. I guess I'm gonna try to rephrase this. There was already trade. The route was on the. I've been through this on your channel. I ain't finna re-explain that shit. You right.
Yeah, because it's the Negro Empire, and you have secret knowledge. I got you.
I still want to see the map of this Negro Empire.
Right. Can you show me at
how do
least
you
like a?
explain the same? You want to bring up culture? How do you explain the same sculptures, the same everything, the same type of building on both sides of the Atlantic? What I'm saying is that there has always been trade.
Dude,
It's actually far more likely that those European there were powerful cultures in the European North African area well back into antiquity that we really don't understand yet.
Well, not only that, to sit and say something's just because something's similar doesn't make it the same. You realize that, right?
Yeah, I'm not sold on even on the similar, or because like when people bring up all this stuff about nations and empires and all this other stuff, it's like, come on.
Well, SKC, for example, if you look at the Mayan temple complex, it is comparative and very comparable to the what is it, the Egyptian pyramid complex, how it was built. But they're only similar; they're not the same.
Right, but that
y'all have no idea.
They have like flood mythologies and whatnot. Like there's some overlaps that you can't deny. But you're calling it a Negro thing, and that's what makes it weird. And that's why we keep and we're asking you for evidence, and the evidence is obviously sparse if there's any. And you're very reluctant to drop a link, bro. I'm tempted to restrict you until you just drop a link.
And see, the other thing that I've always been curious of is if they say that what actually took out most of the natives in the Americas was what they called new disease from the Eastern world that the Western world hadn't been introduced to yet. Well, if there were trade routes already established and people from the Eastern world were already coming over here, how are they able to just basically have a pandemic of all these Eastern diseases that the Western world wasn't accustomed to? Shouldn't have.
Very,
Do I really need to
very
respond?
simple, logical proposition. And you know the reason why I'm holding this comment on the screen here, Clovis, and I know these things are like less than common knowledge, and I'm like a history nerd, and I'll
I know
stay up
about
late at night watching these things, right? But Clovis refers to a particular archaeological discovery, a field, a discovery, particularly a type of spearhead or arrowhead, maybe, but a spearhead in particular. And
also it refers to a group of people that were referred to as the Clovis people they think were here like 10 to 20,000 years before the Native Americans.
Right. And the significance and the Clovis spearhead is that the precise shaping and formation of the spearheads doesn't really match any other Indian artifacts, right? Any things that are well established Native American artifacts. But they do kind of match what's called the Solutrean spearheads, who are from the France, I think, like the south of France or something like that. And so, how does something that has no Native American relation, but that looks something vaguely similar to things that we find in Europe, wind up in the East Coast of America, like in the Virginias or whatever? And it gives rise to the theory that there was actual connection between these two continents and deep antiquity. And then also you learn that the sea level was a lot lower back then than it is compared to now, and so it would have been a lot less of a journey for these two populations to reach one another. And maybe it's possible the white man was here all this time. And then don't even get me started on Robert Seffer. Like most of his channel is proving that white people were all over the world way back in the day.
Yeah. Everybody was.
Well, if the white man was in America first, then you can't really if the white man was on the American continent first, then you can't say he stole it from the Native Americans. It radically it's a revolutionary different vision of the American story.
And then say then. How do you get me to agree to one statement and then say then and say and basically infer I agree to a whole different statement than what I agreed to?
I didn't make you agree to anything. I actually asked a question.
Okay. What's the question?
It was. I'm sorry. It wasn't a question. It was a proposition. So if the white man was on this continent before the Native Americans, because that's what the Clovis spearheads are alluding to, right? If the white man was on this continent before the natives, then you can't say he stole it.
Okay, too.
And then also there are also some Native American mythologies of white tribes existing here when they got here.
Okay, so basically you're telling me that America is Chinese.
I'm gonna stop talking to you now. Oh, dirty folks.
If I found a spoon made in China in America, we're Chinese.
Yeah, he literally ran off all my guests yesterday with this shit.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just not. Dave, no. Dirty folks, you got it.
Two things. Number one, the discovery of a foreign object in a place that does not belong does not dictate that they were there first. It dictates that you found something that you didn't think you would find. But I'm not knocking that. What I'm going with is, regardless who was on first, who took it. And that's my. I don't have
hold on. Say that again. Regardless of who was here first, who took it. That's what you said.
Right. So I'm not. Even the Mexicans are Spaniards, right? So who took it? The Mayans and the Aztecs, they gone. They ain't got nothing but a bunch of old temples left. That's tourist attractions. Those are little no-neck Spaniards, box-shaped refrigerator box women. I'm cool with that. It's who took it? Who put their religion and their
not dirty.
language?
I agree with your logic here. I'm not going to fight your logic, but that's not what makes it significant. It makes it significant because it totally contradicts everything that's already established history, right? So it's not an issue of like how you view the world. We're talking about evidence that might upset what is already established as broadly accepted history. Basically, the history that, you know, the white man just took America from the natives in the first place. Nobody took it. He was here the whole time. The Indians tried to take it, and then he came and took it back. You see how that changes the story?
Can I just kick me down for just this one thing? All I'm saying is, your example is saying, in 1,000 years, if somebody find a radio here, they gonna say America was the native land of the Chinese because it says "Made in China" on my radio.
You know what?
You got to start out with that version of explanation.
No, they wouldn't.
I understand that joke, but no.
What?
No.
I kind of roll with the Made in China, the Silk Road. I bought it, so it's mine. I don't agree with it, but I see it. I ain't mad at it.
No, here's the problem, and you're not really putting together the archaeological relevance, right? So they dig down to a certain layer, and the deeper you go, the further back in time you go, right? So this is how they make time estimates based on archaeological findings. And so when you find an archaeological deposit that would predate the Native American arrival onto this continent, that one is a significance in and of itself. And then two, when this artifact doesn't match actual Native American culture, that's another significance, right? It's nothing like the natives over here. Like, how did you do this thing that nobody else is doing? And then three, when you find out that there are people who actually do this kind of thing, and they live on the other side of the ocean. These are huge issues to resolve from a historical timeline perspective, and then from a narrative perspective about who did what, who was here first.
That brings another question.
It's not a hard thing if people would just imagine.
Just believe.
Trade existed for eons across this planet.
Yeah, the white man was sailing for eons. Say that, Dave.
Not niggas.
Say it, Dave. Say the white man was sailing for eons, Dave. Say it. Right, because you won't. Because you are psychologically impaired from that level of truth.
Well, he's religiously married to the idea of black people having this vast history of trading across the world. There's no evidence that suggests it.
How y'all gonna put the white man in Dave's mouth, though, man? That's crazy. How y'all?
The white man been in Dave's mouth.
Well, no, it's not even about putting the white man on Dave per se, right? But the evidence that we're talking about doesn't suggest Negroes. But Dave would have us believe that there was a Negro empire, and that's who was trading. And that's why I said that. That's exactly why I said that, because I know you're talking about a Negro empire, and you're a fucking liar.
You got the white man in your mouth. You just don't want to admit it, bro.
Trade. I don't want to. Whoever was going back and started mentioning Atlantis and all this other type of shit, that's the type of shit I was trying to avoid, because y'all act like it ain't been advanced civilizations on this planet before.
Okay, so that's where it begins, Dave.
Not black ones, bro.
Just quoting from Carl Sagan, Dave. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
I'm not trying to convince y'all. I'm trying to get y'all to stop telling me I'm stupid.
Well,
I will not, Dave. I haven't called you stupid, by the way. I called you a liar. I'm too polite to call you stupid.
Get you on my side. All I'm really trying to get you to do is like, oh, I hear what you're saying. I don't believe that shit, but it's cool.
Well, we hear it.
Yeah, you how and every
the white man's trading is colder.
The white man's trading is not colder. The Chinese man's trading is colder.
There's even evidence of China having a vast, large, huge sailing ships and maybe reaching the western coast of the Americas at one point. And so the idea that we're talking about colonization and spreading your culture and all that, it's, bringing up China doesn't really change the conversation. But when Shaka Noodle says white man's trading is colder, it's not that I'm saying the white man is just naturally great. But when we're talking about the historical evidence and who did what, improving what was done, stop lying to me about a Negro empire, bro. Like I love comic books, bro. Put that shit in a comic book and I'll read that shit, bro. I'll tell my kids to buy it.
You literally missed
I really.
Dave,
Okay,
Dave,
this is the sentence. This
Dave,
is the one sentence that's gonna fuck your head up. But over time, you're gonna be like, you know what, that motherfucker, I see what he was saying.
No, you missed your
Where's
call.
the evidence, bro?
No one is going to think that. No one. Absolutely no one is going to think that.
I'm just telling you, bear witness. Because
Bear witness to what?
as empire, here it is. Here it is.
Hey, I just a question real quick. And also Dirty Folks, is this a Chicago thing?
No, that's a Vice Lord thing. We don't have nothing to do with that one.
So it's another gang.
So you two have heard of the Negro Empire?
Hey, look, man, I don't care what the sports schools you're talking about, bro.
Has he ever even showed where it's at, what it looked like?
No, you just gotta believe. You just gotta believe.
That's what bro. Y'all niggas gotta do better, man. The we was kings, niggas. The we was natives, niggas. Y'all gotta do better, man.
I call it.
Yo, shout out to my young boy.
the Negro was on American soil, what we call America now, as well as remnants from the empire. You know what I'm saying? When it was before it fell.
Where's the map of this empire, Dave? When you go show us that? When you go show us the map?
And as the empire fell,
you have to go into.
They rounded up the niggas over in Africa, the Negroes over in Africa, put them on ships and shipped them back to their invaded homeland.
You know what's so fucked up? Let me make, because
when they ran out of Negroes to catch,
we were really talking about
turn on the African, and the African said, "You're fucking crazy, and let me just burn down this fucking infrastructure. You're not coming up in here. You can't do shit." So then, no more slavery on that part, catching Negroes, because we captured.
Where do you get this shit from?
I get it from motherfuckers. I get it. Listen.
Motherfuckers like the ghetto fucking Stephen King telling his own story.
Be on.
I kind of like this new boy.
I didn't want to talk about it, but if you're gonna keep
this nigga be on.
Here's the proof.
This nigga be
hey,
on.
Hulu got to hire Dave, bro. You got to get a job at Hulu.
Hire Dave. No, Tubi, bro. This is Tubi perfect.
Oh, Tubi.
This nigga be on Hotep. This nigga be on Hotep.com all day. That's the problem,
bro. And you know what? And because we got to get out of here soon. I realize we just coming up on 4 hours. That's well enough time. But I'm so glad that the white man even colonized Africa a little bit. He should have never stopped. And if the white man had never colonized Africa, black people, generally speaking, would be stuck with this. Like, because it'd be just witch doctors and shit like that.
Yeah, it would be niggas like Dave running around telling these bizarre ass stories they made up in there.
Aquarium. Every time you talk, it sounds like you Squidward and shit.
Dave, I'm going to give you a title. You are the Gulag's witch doctor, man. You like our spiritual witch doctor guy, like.
Yeah,
you got the illest mythology, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to copy that one, bro. Like that was hot.
Mythology.
I ain't gonna lie.
I just wanted to get out the sentence, and y'all kept saying, "Give me this, give me an example." Here's the sentence. That's all I wanted to tell you.
Nah, y'all, you guys had me with going around the Horn of Africa ain't nothing.
No,
it's like hopping in the Cadillac and going down.
Driving through Dakota in my caddy. Oh God, no! Like I got a half a key in the trunk, just like crossing the Horn of Africa. Oh God!
Hey man,
God!
The fence is like the Horn of Africa, bro. I'm telling you, it's a bunch of currents right there. The FBI, the CIA, the local police, the state sheriffs. Hey, I can make the analogy if you really want me to. Look,
I know you can, but the fact that you will is just bringing it's just tears and laughter. I'm crying laughing, bro. Oh,
man.
fuck.
Look,
You
man.
Chicago guys, you different. You guys are different.
They are very different, man. I'm telling you, I know from personal experience, very different.
Oh man.
Yesterday,
That's crazy.
Snowman
Forget you,
kept
Jerry.
asking. He had a whole show about CRT, and he's like,
Oh, I did, you dumb motherfucker, dude. The whole show wasn't about CRT. Did you read the title?
listen.
God damn.
Okay,
You got a fucking degree?
listen. I didn't mean the whole show. All right, look. So we was going back and forth, and I told him, I said that shit ain't an issue here in Chicago because we're gonna say yeah and take that money and our solution. We got a solution for all that stupid shit. It's called the general fund. We put all your good efforts and work go to get robbed in the general fund. So yeah, you can have that shit. Give me the money, and here's a little receipt. And when you want to figure out if we ever spent some money on that shit, come back, man. Because
Those are communists, brother. I don't know if you've been educated, but those are communists you're talking about. That's what communists do.
What?
I tried telling him that. He didn't believe me.
Wait a minute. So all of America is communist?
No, just Black America.
They now give it America and
Wait a minute. Y'all ain't got corruption?
Communism is corrupt. You're starting to understand.
Oh God. Oh, okay. When it's corruption, it's communism, and when it's not, it's what?
No, he's not.
Damn it! I know.
You jumped the gun.
Fuck! It's like he was about to. Oh, he opened the door and then slammed it in his own face.
Man.
Dude, this is all he did yesterday for 6 hours on my stream. It was like he'd open up, like you said, he'd open up the door and then say "fuck it" and then slam it on his big toe.
Yo, he always does this shit.
Fuck. Oh man. Listen, yeah, we definitely got to wrap this one up. And this was a good show. This is definitely going to stay up because I need to have content on the channel so I can get monetized. I was looking at my stats or whatever. Apparently, I got to build up my watch hours to keep the to get the monetization invite again. So we got to keep some work on the air, and you guys did good work today. You know, even you, Dave. You know, we did this together.
Cussing if you're trying to get monetized, man. I'm gonna clean this shit up. We're gonna get you that money real fast.
You can cuss a little bit. It's not gonna kill you.
No, I'm
Hey, Dre. Chicago is not like we're not doing Dave. We doing Mr. O. We doing Jap. We doing Palmer. We doing Dirty. We not doing Dave. Dave does not represent Chicago.
He is lying. I saw. He's lying. I saw a shit ton of Daves walking around in Chicago.
Yeah, it's kind of sad because a lot of people, if they hear Dave, they might think he's crazy, but no, a lot of black people think like this more than you.
Man, your voice
want to acknowledge.
Really? You get ready to off yourself.
Are you're serious?
Go buy a new fit and cheer
I'm
up.
dead
A lot of people in Chicago think this way.
Yeah.
No, not Chicago. The
around the world, around America. Yeah, he's not wrong.
In Chicago, it's worse.
Listen, no. Go Harlem, 145th Street, Lenox Ave.
Oh yeah, New York is the mecca of this shit.
117 Lenox.
Hey, it's not just New York. There's a lot of pockets. I think Newark is actually low key the birthplace of pro-blackism because like a lot of the like the NOI and stuff like that trace back to this part. And so like when you get to these kinds of ideas, Dave is not really unique. We're just letting them
the
out.
NOI started in Detroit though, so the top still stay in the Midwest.
Hey, there's a bunch of white Daves running around Chicago too.
Here's the difference between, and that's why I say Dave can represent black. He doesn't represent Chicago. Like when you hear Mr. O talk, his origins start at David Boxdale, right? Like everything before David Boxdale don't matter because the culture started with David Boxdale, Larry Hoover, and Jeff Ford, right? Mickey Caldwell, a couple other guys.
If I could pose one final question, Hood. Because I know you're trying to close this thing out, but I'm so curious. What makes Chicago so special to black people?
It's not.
Because that
I
was the
mean,
first place of the Great Migration. You know what I'm saying? People from the South that leaving them sharecropping racist plantations were looking for good jobs here. You know what I'm saying? With the stockyards, steel mills, and everything. And pretty much we had our own areas on lock. Better than
yep.
everybody else in the north. So when people came to Chicago, we already had like good soul food spots, juke joints, strip clubs, and all that other good
Soul
stuff. So when
food
you
and
left
strip.
Mississippi, Alabama,
On top of the superficial, to
So
answer your question.
soul
So,
food and
so,
strip
so you
club.
No, no, no.
saying,
On
so
top of the
you saying it
superficial.
was like a ex-slave plantation utopia?
I
Kind of,
don't
sort of,
like the
not
way you
really.
saying all that.
I don't really
Well,
like it
that's
either.
what I'm,
But
I'm
no,
just saying
here's
that's what the people were. They were ex-slaves or living on a
Well,
plantation.
well, the Great Migration was a little bit after the slavery, so they weren't ex-slaves directly, but sort of. It's like a
they were slave
generation or
adjacent.
two. Yeah, it's like a
They were slavery
generation after
adjacent.
slavery. Those people migrate north, and then
But I thought they
utopia
were
is not
already
the right
black.
word,
I'm
but
gonna, I'm gonna, I'm gonna
I,
tell
I
you. I'm gonna
huh?
tell you what made Chicago great and what really makes Chicago great is two
Oh,
things.
wait, I want to hear this one. Go ahead, Dave. Tell it.
First,
Hold on, let me record this first. Go ahead now.
go ahead, record me because it's diplomatic. It was the railroads, and
Oh man.
the other one, the second, unfortunately, was the guns. You know
All
what
right.
I'm
And the
saying?
stockyard, we was the
I think the
stockyard too
railroad
of
is a big
America.
part. I
The
think you're right
railroad is a
about the
big part.
railroad thing because
Slaughterhouse
when
is a big part.
not just from an economic thing, like guys getting jobs or whatever, but as a like a vein of travel, the way our highways, we didn't really have a proper highway network back then, so the railroads it makes an easy lane to go from the south to the north. Like especially if you live in a small town in the middle of nowhere, all you gotta do is make it to your big town, get on the train, and you're in Chicago the next day. And
All right.
so I imagine, I think, I'm saying this as a guess. I think the ethnic population, like Chicago, probably attracted a larger percentage of black people than even like a New York City.
I just
Yeah.
told
But,
you that
but the
Chicago,
problem,
Detroit was the first places
right,
when they what's the
right.
name? Then
Problem
LA,
with
then New York.
no, the
And
problem
and
with that is
and
Cleveland
then
is
just
supposed to be what Detroit is.
the sheer I don't know if it was the railroads from having access to everything. I don't like talking about it
This
like
makes
that, but
way
the
more
armament,
sense
you know
now.
what I'm saying?
It was
No,
the railroad. Listen, it was the railroads and the stockyards and
just one second, real quick.
Oh, okay. I get it now. This makes way more sense.
and the sea. You
This
forgot
was
about Lake
to
Michigan
And
and
our
so
ability
to
to
the
take and our
to the
ability
to,
to take
One
off.
to the
one at a
Chicago.
time. One at a time. Hold on. SKC, you get it now. It makes sense. Please continue.
So to the Chicago lore, the black people that left the South and then came to Chicago, that is like the Christopher Columbus story of crossing the sea. And that's why
A little
you
bit.
guys hold
A
such a
little
high
bit.
opinion of the Negroes that went to Chicago and whatever it is that they built and the way that they think and all that other stuff.
see.
That's why
The
it
problem with
holds
that
a
though is
higher
see.
opinion of the rest of the
A
planet.
little bit of
You know
that.
Nah,
what?
see
You know
that's the
what?
problem with
Hold on,
that. See,
real quick. In that context, I would actually grant, and even like taking all the shade, because I know we're being a little funny right now, but taking all the shade of it, you do have to kind of like acknowledge there's a debt, I guess you can sort of say, that is owed to the black people that left the southern plantation and all that place, the history of all that, and they went off to the great white unknown into these northern cities to figure out
Right.
what they can get for themselves. In a little microcosm, it was a huge act of bravery in and of itself, because most people are born and die within 20 miles. Most people never leave. And so to that degree, right, those people are owed a little bit of debt. Like I'm a product of that to some degree. Like my grandmother, my dad's side comes from the Caribbean, but my grandmother, she's from like Carolinas, and then she got old enough and
I
moved up
see
north and
hood.
all that.
A
Like,
lot of y'all don't know though. See, that was a problem with that Great Migration the first time because look, there was they see these new they see the blacks come from the south. They was just the new niggas, and they already had niggas up here in Chicago, so there was already the old niggas. When the old niggas start seeing these new niggas, because they want the first dibs. When they start getting all the union jobs, stockyard jobs, taxi cab jobs, and everything, the niggas here in the city thought they had first dibs. And them new niggas from the south start coming up here with their slave mentality.
y'all can call them the new niggas of bourgeoisie because that's how they acted and whatnot. But when they start seeing these new niggas come up here, they're like, oh hell no,
Okay,
hell no. Who these niggas that come up from yonder?
let me who them niggas on the nail. But on top of that, because I'm not part of a lot of Chicago, their grandma live in Mississippi. I'm not part of that. My people came down from Minnesota. We were in the 1880s, like and bought land in Evanston, Illinois, and on a damn near block. So
So
it's a
these family owned slaves.
I hope so. I hope it's in my blood. But my thing is, so I would be part of the old guard against the new niggas, which is how you get the boule, and I get that. My thing is this: what makes Chicago now, the culture of Chicago now, is the tribalism built upon that. So segregation put you together, right? Redlining put you together. Chicago did what a lot of cities outside of New York. New York did it too. But Chicago did what a lot of black cities outside of New York didn't do. And they had their own policy men, their own banks. They had their own restaurants. They owned their own homes. They had their own guns. They were shooting at white folks. People forget that the civil rights movement made black and white men pacify because they were shooting at each other at a rapid rate before the 1950s.
Dirty, can I ask you a question?
Sure, go ahead.
How did your ancestors go from being plantation owners and slaveholders to you being as lesser than a white man?
So what? I'm sorry.
To being looked at lesser than my white trash ass.
Baby boomers.
You basically had white privilege and you fall the back.
And the boomers fucked it up. The boomers fucked it up. If Gen X would have been the boomers, y'all all would be slaves. The problem is boomers wanted to be of the white people they say they hated. So one man's integration is another man's great white flight. Right.
That's another thing we got to do one day. And I know I think other creators have touched on this, but we got to destroy the civil rights mythology. The civil rights
Oh yeah, I've
era
been
was
destroying that
beginning
shit on
of
my podcast. I've been destroying it, man. Fuck them Black Panthers,
yeah,
fuck
I
Martin Luther
feel you.
King, fuck Malcolm X.
I feel you, and I have a slightly less dislike for Malcolm X. Like if you're gonna go Malcolm versus Martin, I choose Malcolm, right? But yeah, fuck them all at the end of the day, right? But Malcolm was less like in terms of like a selfish black perspective. Yeah, Malcolm was definitely the better way to go, right? But that's kind of how I look at it. In terms of an American perspective, like the whole thing was bad for Black America, though. But that's the thing that needs to be talked about another time.
Hell, my civil rights hero was Bumpy Johnson. That was my civil rights hero.
Bumpy Johnson. Another street nigga. Another street nigga. Listen, we gotta wrap this one up. Question. Yeah.
When you talk about the explorer spirit, when you talk about the conqueror spirit, what better example?
You can't talk about it. You're scared to leave Chicago.
Hold up, chill. We listen. We kind of roasted Dirty about that. It was enough.
Look,
we did enough.
Like me being a Chicago representative, I'm cool with that. Look, when you talk about the explorer, the conqueror spirit, who better to emulate than the have-nots? Like there is no middle class that colonizes shit. They get white women and accounting degrees and become part of the culture, and then turn a thumb up at. And I'm cool with that if that's what we're gonna do, but they're not gonna take over shit because their life is built on comfort. You have to be uncomfortable to be a colonizer. So who better to emulate if you want to colonize than a Bumpy Johnson, a Larry Hoover?
Oh my god.
You know what? And this is kind of the problem with this whole conversation I've been having, Dirty, bro. Like, fuck. Oh, I hate that you fucking. It's like you're drawing the line. I have to keep crossing. I will grant you that argument only in this context, bro. If you're trying to pitch this to like niggas, just average niggas, it would sell. And I wouldn't like interrupt your pitch because it would work and I would expect results, right? But I'm not a nigga and I don't see things that way anymore. I don't know if I ever really did, right? But that's a very low resolution interpretation of the thing, and I don't know if it's a proper pitch beyond just niggas, bro. That's kind of what's killing me. And we've been doing this whole conversation, mind you. And the very first fucking thing I said with Dave, when it was just Dave and I on the panel, one-on-one, it was, Dave, I'm not gonna let you take this shit to Chicago. And we've been in Chicago for like 3 hours, my nigga. I feel like I know the city. I know all of these niggas now. Like, it's wild. Y'all niggas did that to me. And I, against my will, I've been resisting it and all of that. But no, it's crazy because, like, it's such, I don't accept it, not because it doesn't fit as a simple logic, but I reject it for its simplicity, if you understand that part of it.
I understand what you're saying. It's like me saying slavery is needed, and everybody hate the word slavery. Yeah, I'll rebrand it. I'll figure out a way to rebrand it.
Oh my god.
That's why I'm like, bro, you keep drawing a line. I don't want, because I fucks with you, but I don't want you making me cross lines and shit. Like, my nigga.
Look, man, look, I got to put some paperwork on it. The only difference between nigga shit and fraternal shit is the paperwork.
That's it. I swear to God, condoms and paperwork.
Well, I think no, and I honestly no, I don't think it's a paperwork thing, and this is why we're talking about like differences in peoples, honestly, because once it's not a paperwork thing. And again, the die has already been cast. Like Africa had plenty of millennia to build a seaworthy vessel. And maybe the Egyptians did it, but the Egyptians don't really count.
Egyptians
they didn't need that paperwork to build that vessel.
No, they didn't need paperwork. You know,
need paperwork
they
to
just
build
had
the
to
ship,
want.
bro.
They just had to want to do it,
And the ability to actually do it.
And there you go. The ability to be a craftsman, which is taken away with the baby boomers, because blacks were the agriculture and the architectures of America, and now it's the Mexicans. And everybody like, I'm gonna hire a Mexican. Like, that was you. I can't even find a mechanic anymore. You got to go to the shop now. It used to be guys out there like, I shot a youngin', got a Newport around their mouth. I'll fix your little carburetor, man. Give me $20 and a 40 ounce. Like, there's no more. Those guys don't exist anymore.
Yeah, you can.
Well, can't fix a carburetor for $40 and a 40 ounce no more either.
Yeah, ability needs to be talked about more, because I can want to become an astrophysicist, but if I'm just not smart enough to do it, it's not gonna happen.
Yo, SKC, you need to fire up the continuation show so we can explore these ideas further. Because I got to shut this down. You know, we're gonna put this in the can. We're gonna wrap
Yeah,
this
you know what?
show
You
up.
did good, Hood.
Please.
Everybody did good. We ain't even getting canceled today. There was no
sorry,
trigger
Hood.
words or nothing. Y'all did good.
Right, we did really good. We can curse a little bit, but we ain't say nothing. We ain't bring up no controversial subjects. Really, it was great. This is what I want to continue. I gotta keep this going.
Yo, Hood. Yo, Hood, can you link up with David and do like a Negro Empire show? I mean, I'm just, you don't have to. I'm really interested in the evidence he has for these, what seems to me to be very outlandish claims.
I think SKC did that at one point, but SKC doesn't really keep most of his content up, and so it disappeared into the ether. But bro, that's like torturous. I kind of tried to get that out of him today, but I'm bad at that. I'm bad at that.
So he hasn't provided any evidence at all for the Negro Empire.
Not a link, bro. Not one link, bro. That's crazy, right?
It's been hours across multiple shows, and he has not. What do you do with these niggas, man? Like what?
I hesitate. I hesitate to do this because, generally speaking, it's not like he's an aggressive, rude. No, he doesn't really break a lot of social faux pas in terms of like you just can't have a nigga around. But it's like, bro, you believe some really retarded shit, and the thing to do is to not have him on the panel. But you're not like a bad person where it's like, hey, fuck that guy. It's a weird place. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sure what to do.
It's like you already know what's going to happen as soon as you see him in the back. Like, God damn it.
Right. Like, and it's like you're gonna listen. That colonizer spirit, bro. Sometimes you got to cut some of these white people off too, bro. Those are colonizer decisions right there. God damn it. And so it's like, hey, man, sometimes you just got to cut a motherfucker off just because he ain't cutting it.
Yeah, fucking Dave. He knows how to run. All I know is he knows how to run off a panel, dude, and fucking disrupt the conversation and take it somewhere it wasn't even at.
Nah, but nah, real shit. On like on a YouTube level, like you got to understand, there's an ebb and flow to shit, and sometimes you just got to let people build up to a punchline that you can take advantage of, and that's really what I think I try to do.
Yeah, it's good entertainment for sure.
That's all I do with him too, man. He's fun. He's a good sport.
I just don't like his level of confidence in these claims to have zero evidence.
Hey, man,
to back any of them up.
I mean, it's observational reality.
You got to sell the dream, bro. You got to sell it,
dude. He would have made a great snake oil salesman back in the day.
Nah, you gotta sell it, bro. You gotta sell it, yo. But nah, we gotta wrap this up. I'm off this, man. I'm off this.
Well,
Dave, it's been fun.
Imagine if Dave, rather than going to school for what he did, he went to school to be a writer and he authored his own Carol or C.S. Lewis version of through the Looking Glass trilogy. Only.
Yeah. He'd be lethal with a broadcasting degree.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, he needs to start a Hotep podcast to talk about all the laws, secret history.
Dude, the Negro Empire podcast, bro. Dave, do it. I'm gonna troll you, but do it still. Don't mind me. I'm just listening.
Wakanda was real, I swear.
Wakanda was east of St. Louis.
We had strip clubs and Hennessy and hot Cheetos was everywhere in the Negro Empire.
You could play a dice game without getting stabbed up.
Hot Cheetos is everywhere. Niggas invented hot Cheetos.
We got our own Olympics, you know what I'm saying, with the basketball dudes trying to run from the police with dogs. That was our triathlon. And the crackheads was trying to see who steal the most shit at somebody's house in amount of time. Yeah, it was good times back in the day.
Oh, man. Yeah, what is this link in the chat here? I think a new show just got fired up. What y'all niggas over there doing?
Oh, man.
Oh, SKC's live. All right, yeah, it's legit. Oh shit, it's SKC and Dave. Oh, stop. No, SKC and Dave. So this is what you was looking for, Nick Tao. So we're gonna wrap this one up and we're gonna move over to SKC's, y'all. Everybody click those links in the chat. You got a StreamYard link and you got a YouTube link. We're gonna go listen to SKC and Dave talk about some Negro mythology.
Jeez, all right. Take care, fellas.
All right, we panna hopping. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm about to panna hop.
Panna hopping is in effect, y'all. Panna hopping is in effect. Shout out to Community Anthropology. He is doing some active anthropological conversations right now. Deep anthropological study is occurring, and I need you guys to move over to the next panel. We are panna hopping at this moment. Today's show is done. We are up out of here. I thank you all so much for listening, participating in the show. Shout out to the panel guests. Shout out to Dave for Dave just being Dave. Shout out to all my colonizers. I'm working on being colonizer adjacent now. White adjacency isn't enough. A nigga like me got goals, and we out of here, man.
Shout out to my
done. It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done.